Right.
All right, once again, thanks everyone for coming to our 40th annual summer tournament. I know so many of you, good friends over the years, and Bocce is fun, but I enjoy seeing everyone, get to know the new teams, and just a lot of fun. So thanks everyone for coming. A couple things, we got 38 teams, all the groups are A through E, we got the letter H up here, but so there's 8 groups. The top 2 from each group will move on to the single elimination. We're going to do no practice as we did last year. Worked out well. We moved this tournament along, so no practice before any games. And in between games, the court's open. There's no practicing. Also, just to keep it just avoids a lot of arguments. So no practicing today. We're going to run this as quickly as we can. There's a lot of games to go through. So if you're called, please get out to the court as soon as you can. And we're going to try to get pool play done by 4 o'clock. That's our goal, my goal anyway. Inside and outside, our foul lines are a little bit short, so when you bocce, if you go over, not 2-3 feet, but if you go over a little bit, it's no big deal. We don't enforce the foul lines, again, within reason. But if point balls, your foot can be on the line, but your whole foot can't be over the line, but your foot can touch the line. Another new rule this year that we changed is your pulley has to go past the center, completely past the center line. If it's touching at all, that's out. But your main ball can be short. Your main ball is in play no matter where it is. You can be short of the center line player's ball. Tiebreakers for each group will be head-to-head, then points scored against, and then a coin flip, which hopefully doesn't come to. We have when your team scored, if the captain can come or a player can come and we got clipboards with the score sheets from the scorers table. If you come grab a clipboard and then turn it in after the game, that should just help things. We know the courts are done and make sure we have a little record of everything. As my welcome, we got the Bocce Broadcast Network, BBN Network today with us. I want to thank Dave Hoffman, Alex, Milan, and Dan for coming. I was very excited. So thank you for coming. If you get the link we'll put on our Facebook page, and then if you have any questions, I'm sure we can get you the link if you want to pass it along. We had a lot of members help yesterday. I want to thank them. The ladies did the fried bread dough, Lisa, Joan, and Rosemary DeMonico with their crew. Thank you to all the ladies. I want to thank Chuck Cristiano. The outdoor courts, we use them once a year. Chuck and his grandson did a lot of work over the last month and a half, so thank you, Chuck. And then last, I just want to thank Rick, who put a lot of time helping us out, and our sponsors. So with that, I'll turn it back to Rick. He's going to call the games, the first round, so please get out there and start at 9 o'clock sharp. Good luck, everyone.
down? Okay, cool. All right. That's Woody. Just, yeah. Dave, is this live? Yes. Okay. Fran's team. I got him right here. Yeah. Enrique is holding the ball. So here, I got it. Enrique has, he's the older gentleman with the gray hair. Gray. Ricardo is the younger gentleman next to him, his son. Black hair. Fran is Fran, and then Dave. Right. Yeah, so I'll drive this, you drive that.
You tell me whenever you're ready.
Okay, we're mic 1 and 2.
We'll get going.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us live from Roma Lodge. This is Alex Guerra with American Bocce Company. With me, Dan Berkowitz. Dan, you there?
I am here. How you doing, Alex?
Fantastic. How about yourself?
I am great. It's always fun to spend a Saturday playing bocce.
Playing bocce, observing bocce. We got it all today. This is Racine, Wisconsin, the Roma Lodge, celebrating its 100-year anniversary. And this is their 40th anniversary of their summer tournament. We are just getting this tournament underway. We have 38 teams from Michigan, Illinois, Wisconsin, Ohio. Lot of Chicago and American bocce representation here as well.
So we got good representation from all over the Midwest, as would be natural. You know, I'm really excited for this tournament for one reason, Alex, and it's this unique feature of these bocce courts. In the back, instead of having a hard stop, there's a little bit of a gutter. Do you know of any other clubs around the Midwest that has that feature?
Yeah, so Elmwood Park, which is just west of Chicago there in the Oak Park River Forest region, they also have what's called the pit and the nail. So the gutter, referred to also as a pit. Any ball, obviously yours, but also your opponent's, or any ball knocked off the court will end up becoming a dead ball in the pit. When the Polino goes into the pit, the game does not get reset. Rather, there's a nail. In Elmwood Park, there's an actual nail. Here, it's kind of an imaginary nail. In the center line of the back wall, and then that becomes your Polino. So the ball gets put back, center line on the back wall. So, of course, just like at Highwood, if you hit the back wall, it's dead. Here, if you go an inch too far, it falls off the pit, and it's dead as well. It's interesting dynamic. Where it hurts you is that when you're shooting balls, often you'll want to shoot, like on longer courts, you'll shoot balls back to have multiple balls in the back. That strategy goes away a little bit, and also it's often your Rafa will go out with the ball that you're intending to hit. So you got to be a little more selective with it. Here we're going to get our cameras set a little bit here. And Dan, why don't you go ahead and give 4 to 3.5 men who led off the game with a casino.
Oh, so they're already going. The action is fast and furious here.
Yeah, and here's Fran's ball coming in the bottom right corner of your screen. So that's a great ball by Fran's team getting settled in. This is a Michigan team, right? So they're suffering from a lack of home court advantage at the moment.
A little bit more travel time, a little bit more fatigue maybe in the early going.
And just an unfamiliarity with the playing surface. This is a unique surface too. You mentioned the pit, but how about the courts themselves?
Yeah, it looks like they're carpeted courts, which I feel like you probably don't see very often. Is that right?
Very rarely. Very rarely. So again, we're picking up the action. This is the first game of the day. You just saw Fran from Fran's team roll ball. That ball ended up, looks like about 4 feet long. This is Vic from 3.5 Men. He's going to have no problem rolling this in. I've played against him a few times. He's a good pointer. He knows his courts. see what he does with it.
Lets it go.
That ball's going to enter the bottom right corner of your screen.
And
Look
it
at
rolls
that.
in nice and easy.
On-
for a point.
On command, huh?
Yeah, looks pretty precise there. It's left a little bit in front, a little bit of a gap rather than being right on the Polino, which I think is a strategic advantage. It helps cut down the angle, helps cut down the resetting of a point like that.
For sure. That's just a perfect point. And then here's Dave Silvani, who's playing with Fran's team today. He's actually a Roma Lodge member as well.
Ooh, a great strategy there. Great idea to go off the wall and try to go just a little bit past the Polino, but took it a little too far, and they're going to have to throw it back.
Okay, ball's going to be entering the bottom right corner of your screen. That's a really nice shot.
Ooh, there you go. Talk about stacking points. That is two.
And that's Jason Evitz. Jason, fiery player from here, goes ahead and gives two more for 3.5 men. So they're halfway there. 6-0 lead after 2 frames. We're playing all games to 11 during group play today.
3.5 men starting out with a nice commanding lead. Let's see if Fran's team can dig deep and try to chip away a little bit at this lead in these next couple frames.
And folks, you'll see some other gameplay on the left and right hand side of your screen throughout the day. There are 4 indoor courts and 4 outdoor courts. The BBN is set up only on the indoors today, so you won't get many peeks at the outdoor courts. We'll try to give you a look maybe via social media later. And then if you look in the distance behind the Polino, you can see Dan and I. Dan, will give the folks away from behind your monitor.
You see that bald head right behind the monitor? That's me.
There we
I
go.
will be the Chrome Dome. You can track my movements just based on wherever the light is shining off my head.
Dan, this is your BBN debut. How does it feel so far?
That's right. Well, it feels great. You know, it's a nice, relaxed environment. I feel good. It feels natural. It's my first time at the club, as you mentioned, first time on the network. But I've had a passion for bocce for a few years, and I'm glad to be able to express it in this kind of new way. Really excited for BBN and all the things you guys are developing here in the early days.
Any background with...
I'm sure everyone's seeing on the scoreboard, but just we're playing all games are to 11. All games throughout the day will be played 11, even in single elimination, with the exception of the championship game. Only the championship game will be played to 16, but all other games throughout the day are to 11. Thank you.
And folks, you'll hear the microphone periodically. The speaker is sort of positioned right behind us, so we apologize for that. It is pretty loud.
We apologize for the interference, but, you know, there is going to be some good information. You might get some updates from the official scorers hearing over our broadcast.
Okay, so Fran's telling Ricardo here that he has a foot to roll this in, but he's got to get it there. She wants that. Right now they have 2 short balls. This is a great ball.
Ooh, looks like nice speed, positioned right.
It may have rolled out.
That looks like it got one.
Yeah, Jason calls it in. The opponent calls it in. Usually when the opponent calls it in, you can pretty much guarantee it's in. Today we're on Bocce Broadcast Network.
BBN.media. For anybody interested in watching, you can go to BBN.media on the website. It takes us to our YouTube channel. Or you can search for Bocce Broadcast Network on YouTube, and we will be streaming there. Looks like Fran is giving some instruction to her teammates. You can tell it's clearly her team. She's clearly taking command of what they need to do here.
Yeah, so fun fact about Fran's team is that you'll notice a lot of really good form from this team. And Dan, do you have any idea why that is?
Good form from this team. Are they seasoned veterans, Alex? Is that why they have great form?
That's part of it. They're actually learned the game under the tutelage of Tony Battaglia, Jason Wisniewski, and Jose Boto, the best bocce player in the country, at Palazzo di Bocce.
There you go. Now, Palazzo di Bocce has a special place in your heart. Isn't that right, Alex?
Going to watch Chuck shoot one here down the corner.
Oh, and he's completely resetting the Polino. Great strategic move for their team.
Yeah, so this is the nail opportunity, see?
There you go. So it's put on a dot or a nail right there, touching the back, I guess, carpeting they have there.
But knowing that red is out of balls, There's Woody. He'll try to roll one in.
Yeah,
That-
just has to get past the reds.
Exactly.
He's golden.
So you'll see this come in on the left-hand side. It looks good from our angle. I think that's going to stop in for an easy point.
That looks easy. Got plenty of room, and they still have 2 more balls they can roll.
An easy point, we say. It's easier said than done from back here. That was actually a really nice roll. Yeah, so Palazzo di Bocce, you asked me before that shot.
Absolutely.
That is the home of the American Bocce Open, our very own national tournament. We have had a really copacetic relationship with the folks, the Battaglias, who own that beautiful building, 10-court facility, some of the nicest courts in the world, one of the nicest bocce facilities in the world. And they saw what American Bocce was doing with the game and the sort of modern approach and the commitment to creating more opportunities for the sport, and decided to resurge their involvement with the sport on a national and worldly level, and grow this partnership. And we're going into our 3rd year. Next September will be the 3rd year of the ABC Open. That's less than a month away now, which is crazy to think. We'll be driving home from Detroit a month from now with a 3rd ABC Open in the books. That is going to consist of roughly 60 teams. The unique thing about the ABC Open is that there's a gold division and a silver division, and you get to sign up for whoever you'd like.
So, sorry for that interruption, Alex. Just wanted to note for our audience that 3.5 men are still with their foot on the accelerator. They had another great frame with that Polino reset, and it looks like they just did it again.
That was Fran's team. No, resetting the ball there.
Right. Fran,
Yeah.
Threw a short ball, and 3.5 men took the opportunity. Hey, let's reset this frame.
So we'll get a look at the players as they make their decision. Here comes Vic. This is Victor Pedavino, always rocking the U.S. and Italian hybrid polo. Gotta love that.
Yeah, a unique style. It's going to be easy to tell him.
Yeah, so Vic's not going to love that ball, right? He left that
Pretty
left
wide.
about 15 feet of meat on the bone. And Fran's not going to have a problem pointing past this.
No, she looks determined. She's definitely trying to get her team on the scoreboard.
Yeah. This ball's rolling down the middle of your screen.
Looks like it'll easily be in. It's just a question of how close is it going to get to the ball.
She left some room too. So Jason's got about 10 feet between that ball. And you'll notice, Dan, is your first time watching with the pit, you do see a little more hesitation on these longer points, right?
Sure, absolutely. Most of the bocce games I've played in, hitting the back wall is a dead ball as well, so sometimes you'll see that as well.
Jason rolls a good one in there, near the back wall. It's well covered. Fran's going to try to adjust from her first ball. She had a great line. Just needs to put a little more on it.
It's like they're slowly creeping closer and closer to that Polino.
Her own ball might get in her way here.
Yeah, looks like
It
she
just died out
caused
on
her
her.
own traffic.
So Dave is going to try to anchor, not just anchor, but plug up the sinking ship right now.
Yeah, they really need something. Let's see if he can create a little magic. Let's give them something to root for, to build on.
If Dave doesn't get this close, this game might be over.
Looking like he might not quite get there.
Okay, it's a good ball. Yellow's in. 3.5 men still holding point with 2 balls to play, so they could end it here. But Dave just made it a lot more difficult for them to do so. He pointed one in the back 3 feet of the court, meaning that Jason's going to have to dial his speed in somewhere between 69 and 71 feet here. Let's see if
Pretty
he can-
narrow window.
It's an amazing game. We play it a lot, but when you think about the idea that the difference between a good ball and a bad ball is knowing how to roll a ball 69 versus 71 feet off your hand.
Yeah, obviously it's a sports cliche, but it really is a game of inches, quite literally.
So, folks, I was wrong there. They only had one ball left, so I was missing one ball that was in the pit from earlier in the frame.
Right.
Yeah, so 3.5 men will take 1 point, and Dave Silvani does a good job of holding them till 1 with that last ball. Okay.
So now, when you have a commanding lead like this, 9-0 playing to 11, does your strategy change at all when you're throwing out a Polino, as opposed to what you would do if it was a tighter game?
That's a great question. I firmly believe that that a lot of teams fall into a false sense of security or a lull, or they take their foot off the gas a little bit when they do get that big lead. I don't like to operate that way. I like to, when my team's winning, I like to pretend like I'm down 10-zip. Mentally.
Gives you a little bit of a mental edge.
Yeah, but you will most likely take less chances and think about not letting your team back in the game. So if you give them 1 here, 1 there, no big deal. But if you give them a couple 3 spots in a row, all of a sudden it's a close game, right? It's 9-6. So strategy just changes a little bit. You will tend to take more chances when you're either early in a game or when you're losing.
Enrique getting down on 1 knee.
So that was another fantastic point from 3.5 men. I'm learning. I'm going to be playing both of these teams later today, and I'm seeing 3.5 men pace the game with their own strategy. They like long and on the wall. Do you see that too, Dan?
Yeah, well, I was one of the reasons I asked you the question about playing with a big lead is I've found in my own experience, obviously very different courts, very different circumstances. When I have a big lead, I do like to play wall ball because I find it's a little bit tougher to stack points if you're got a narrower wall and you can kind of bang balls out. And so I was wondering if maybe 3.5 men was playing closer to the wall just because they had a big lead, or if you think that's kind of how they like to play in general.
I think it's probably a little home court advantage situation for them right now, and I also think that they're probably recognizing that Fran's team is having a lot of trouble pointing one in on the wall.
Yeah.
Right? So sometimes your strategy goes out the window when you adapt to the moment.
That makes sense. So it looks like Fran's team has been trying to play slightly off the wall, and each of their balls has just been rolling a little bit too far. That might be some adjusting to the court, adjusting to the walls, as you mentioned.
Yeah, these walls are very different than they roll differently than kind of a classic synthetic. Have you heard of the term rondina before?
I have not. What is a rondina?
That's a good ball. That's going to work.
There you go.
That's a good one.
And push the yellow off a little bit.
Yeah. So Jason's calling. I don't know if you see him in the top right corner here. He is calling for a shot. So we'll go ahead and watch.
Looks like they're going to try to push the Polino off the court once again.
Yeah, he'll probably use the wall here.
And they got it.
He does. And let me tell you, here's an opportunity where the pit comes so much into play because he knocked the other team's ball off the court.
Yeah, so not only does he reset the Polino, but he also takes away one of their best balls.
And ends the game. Just there like that, 3.5 men, 11-0.
Game over. We call that a skunk.
That is a skunk. That's over a really good France team. I imagine France team will adjust and play better as the day goes on.
Yeah, maybe act as a bit of a wake-up call for them.
Dan, that was quick.
Yeah.
What was that, about a 15-minute debut for you?
That's right, yeah. Well, we've got 9:19 on the clock, so at most it was 19 minutes.
Okay, yeah. How did it feel?
It felt great. I mean, not a lot of trepidation or drama necessarily, but, it was good to get the first one under the belt.
Yep.
So thanks for guiding me through it.
Yeah, and thanks for sticking with me at home while we worked out the camera angles. Every setup is different. We're on-the-fly company here, so I walked into this booth actually not even knowing where the cameras were facing. And
I was just letting you know we're getting on the booth camera.
Yeah, look at that.
The game is over.
Here we are. So again, I'm Alex. You've seen me before. This is Dan. You probably haven't seen Dan. Dan's been playing with American Bocce for 7 years?
Since the summer of 2015, I think.
Beautiful. So 7 years with American Bocce. Is that 7 years as a bocce player too?
It is, yeah. I never really played bocce until I was asked to substitute for a team I still play for, Debauchery, and that was my introduction to this whole world of bocce.
Yeah, and you're hooked.
Oh, absolutely! It's one of my favorite things to do every week. Always signing up, always playing. It's it's a thinking sport, but it's nice and easily accessible, nice and social. It really just ticks a lot of boxes.
And that's awesome. Yeah, very communal too. You make a lot of friends, right?
Absolutely, I've met some incredible people, including yourself.
ABC1 versus 3 Kens and a
I just got called.
You're ABC1. Okay.
I'm live, baby.
That's all right. So Alex has to go dominate on some of these courts, but we will be back with you for the next game happening on this indoor court. Thanks, everybody.
Awesome. Thanks so much, folks.
All right. Again, Barbie's here. Good. Barbie is
Great. Thanks. Thanks for running the camera.
okay. ABC1 versus 3 Kens and a Barbie. Indoor court number 2. Right in front of the Bocce broadcasting network. Indoor court number 2.
Oh, it must be rigged. It must be rigged.
Reverted back to World Series of Bocce. We must not have pressed the save button when we managed the broadcast. So it says World Series of Bocce, so I don't know how to fix that. Anyway, we're alive on World Series of Bocce.
Oh, it's a new thing.
It's a new thing, and I don't know if the picture's right.
Can you go on to YouTube and separately log in on YouTube and go to sites? All right, so I'm playing.
Are the mics off right now? Yes, they are. We'll open a web browser. It didn't save our video settings, so go to just YouTube. It got the picture, but it didn't get the text. It thinks we're at the World Series of Bocce. So go to, we're on the account, so go to your channel. So it thinks we're the World Series of Bocce. So we need to go to manage, go up here and go to like manage or YouTube Studio or something. We should be able to change the title of it.
Roma Lodge, summer tournament.
Yeah. I don't know why it didn't save. It saved the image. Console, streams. Your guess is as good as mine at this point. Live. Okay, that's the ones. We want to edit it. Title and description. Insert at beginning. Yeah. In Racine, Wisconsin. Perfect. And do pound bocce. Perfect. Perfect. And update. Wait till it updates, and then we'll change the description. I don't know why it did that. That was a quick game.
Yeah, it was a stop.
Okay.
0-1 video successfully. Stop streaming.
Do a refresh, maybe.
Keep hitting caps lock.
They put little scraps of paper over all your pictures.
Oh, yeah.
then you can run all this. Got to update team. Yeah, you got it. Oh, it's stuck. It's stuck at instant replay. You just got to pick a different. There we go. All right, whenever you're ready.
Yep. Let me get the 3 Kens and a Barbie. There it is.
Okay. Ready to go up?
Yep.
It might be number 3.
No, it should be. Oh, maybe. Number 3. There we go. Kill 2. All right, we're back. Featuring our own Chicago team, ABC 1, Jesse Morris, Alex Cara, Dave Boldinger, and Andy Zimmerman. Facing off against 3 Kens and a Barbie. Matt Russell, Joe Bergs, Kerry Bergs, and Teddy Bergs. So we got a family team here. Dan, you've been here. Did you guys do a game already on this court?
We did. This is the second game we're featuring on this court. As you mentioned, we've got a Chicago team.
I'm guessing a hometown team.
Looks like it.
Yeah. So pretty fast first game then.
It was an 11-0 skunk. So, you know, they did not go very much. Yeah, 2 really quality veteran teams. Fran's team, unfortunately, did not play up to the level of their ability and maybe need some adjustment to this new environment.
Yeah. Definitely when you're playing in a tournament and you come in early, you have to be on right away because there are going to be teams that are. I used to not put much stock into practices early on, thinking I could just do a few rolls, but even 10, 15 minutes getting a few balls on the court, especially if it's a place you're unfamiliar with. I think for me and a lot of the Chicago players, we only make it up here a couple times a year. It helps. Dial in your speed, dial in the court, understand what the walls do, just so you're not figuring it out mid-game.
Looks like we're playing a short Polino to start off,
Yep.
ABC 1. A ball starting out behind the Polino. Is there any kind of strategy related to that?
No, you never want to sail your first ball.
Because it leaves you open for that kind of point, right?
It's essentially, unless the Polino moves, that ball is essentially a dead ball and doesn't come into play. And I will be right back, folks. I have a PA system.
Racine Razzle-Dazzlers. Racine Razzle-Dazzlers versus the Tootsie Roll.
Can we figure out what the score is? Because we're behind.
Yeah. Got a quick score update for you guys in a second. Trying to get the PA above our heads situation settled.
Looks like Alex Guerra there just reset the game by shooting the Polino off of the court. You can see they're now putting the Polino on the nail on the back wall.
Yeah, so for anyone unfamiliar, there is no back wall here. It is a gutter. Any ball that falls into the gutter is dead. However, if the Polino falls into it, it gets put at the very back, very edge, very center of the court. So just a nice, calm, about 70-footer point with zero room for error if you go past it.
It looks like the Barbie of 3 Kens and a Barbie, Kerry Bergs, is getting ready to shoot now at the new Polino position.
And they started off hot against a pretty veteran ABC team. 4-0 for the 3 Kens and a Barbie. That one's going to fall off, though.
Just goes right off the court.
Alex, you're green, right?
All right, quick score change here. Sorry, we had our colors mixed, so it's 4-0 ABC. That's what we get for not paying attention.
Jesse Morris lining up a shot. Looks like her ball just falls off as well.
Racine and Dazzlers versus the Tootsie Rolls indoor court number 4. Please play when ready.
As Milan was saying, sometimes it's unfortunate if you sail your first ball, especially being so close there to the back wall. So 3 Kens and a Barbie maybe putting themselves in a rough position. Andy Zimmerman now lining it up. Open Polino. He starts off very close to the wall and comes in. Looks like the pace of that is going to be quite nice. And he settles in. He's comfortably in with his first shot. ABC 1 is in. And now one of the Kens trying to get some guidance. Looks like they sailed their second ball as well, hitting the first ball they threw, but they'll still have to throw here. Now it looks like that ball is not even going to make it to the center line. And so the 3 Kens and a Barbie have to use their last ball. ABC is still pointing, and they still have 3 balls in their back pocket. Well, it looks like they're just inside, knocking the ABC ball just off.
Yep.
And Alex is signaling to his partners that Andy's got a wide open frame here. You'll see the ball coming in the lower left-hand corner. Looks like ABC. Both teams have gone in for a look at that, and they've decided that ABC is in. And for their third ball of the frame, coming in. That's 2 points for ABC.
It's the Wi-Fi, you know it.
Where's it? Well, so far, both of these games we've had on this court have seen commanding early leads. ABC now appears to be up 7-0 on 3 Kens and a Barbie. Alex threw out the Polino there. Looks like a relatively deep Polino placement. And here comes Jessie Morris trying to point that first ball. She lets the ball go just over her toes. And that's a very nice first ball, just between the ball and the Polino, a little bit deep. Well, let's see what 3 Kens and a Barbie does with that. Looks like they had a good line on it, but not quite the oomph they needed to displace American Bocce's first ball. Now Barbie, a.k.a. Carrie Bergs, is going to be up. She's going to take a swing, try and get her ball close to that Polino. Looks like the ball came off her hand a little bit left. It's not quite going to do anything to disturb that ABC ball. Looks like she's going again. 2 balls in a row. Getting a little bit of coaching from her partner. Let's see if she gets a better angle on the shot this time. Her ball hits the wall high, comes off, and again, not quite enough force on that ball to do anything to make ABC sweat. Last ball for 3 Kens and a Barbie. His ball gets in the way, but and his ball squeezed just in between the wall and that American Bocce Company ball. So now ABC is going to have 3 balls to try to stack some points here and put even more separation between them and 3 Kens and a Barbie. Jessie lets her ball go, walks a step or 2 after it.
It's looking pretty good.
Looks like she's right in there. Beautiful ball. That's 2. Now comes Alex Guerra trying to see if he can get the full casino on this frame. Lets the ball go.
And
Sneaks right around that red.
it's looking good. He's got a nice backboard.
And beautiful. There's 3.
Yeah. And for anyone unfamiliar, we just referred to scoring 4 in a frame as a casino. If anyone tuning in that plays in a different place has a different name for it, would love to hear what you guys call it on the chat.
Yeah, go ahead and put it in the comments if you have a different name for scoring the maximum amount of points in one frame. There he goes.
Alex,
Looks like this ball is going to get caught up in some of the traffic. Deflects off the reds.
Might still be in.
And Andy's asking for a measure.
There you go. Nice butt shot of Dave there.
That's 4. Andy's calling 4.
I wonder if that ball that 4 Kens and a Barbie, so that's game. ABC 1 dominates.
Games are played to 11, and believe it or not, folks, that makes it 2 games on this court, 2 11-0 victories.
No love for the losers on court 3.
This court seems to be playing pretty lopsided, which I think means they're going to get done with their round robin before anybody else.
Yeah, well, I don't think you stay on the same court for your every game. I think the way they're trying to set this up is no one plays on the same court more than once on the round robin. I see.
And just as a reminder, folks, we have 4 courts indoors, 4 courts outdoors, so these players are going to have to make some adjustment to the different surfaces.
It is a huge difference in speed. I would say the speed on the courts inside to outside is more than double fast, at the very least.
Yeah, so it's really going to be a test of all the players and their ability to adjust.
Versus the Bocce bunch. Indoor court number 4.
Absolutely, but I mean that's definitely the game. It's usually who can adjust best. But a lot of times when you come to these travel tournaments, I wouldn't be surprised to see a hometown team in the quarters, semis, or even finals. They live on these courts. I think we all know that home courts plays a huge advantage. Especially this year, I've gotten to travel a lot, and I can't think of any tournament where the home court team wasn't at least in the finals, if not win the whole thing.
So familiarity with the courts is a huge advantage. As we mentioned, both of the games we've been broadcasting so far have been 11-0 stinkers.
Games are played to 11, 2 games on here, 22 points scored.
That's right. So you're obviously a seasoned veteran of the tournament scene. When you go down, when you have a tough loss like that, what does that do to you mentally?
You have to wipe it completely from memory. Every time you lose the first game in a round robin, you have to realize that usually 1 loss in a round robin is fine, sometimes 2. I'm not sure how many are advancing from each pool, but I'm assuming with 8 pools, top 2 from each pool is going to advance to make a bracket of 16. I think that makes the most sense, especially with the amount of games they have to play. Very unique tournament. Haven't had one yet since Roma Lodge, I think right before COVID or during COVID, where they did not violate any rules whatsoever. We did the 5-ball walking,
Yeah.
which is a very unique, or 5-person walking tournament here, which is unique to here. I haven't seen it anywhere else.
Yeah.
Essentially, it's 5 players on your team. Everyone gets 1 ball, and that's the frame.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. So you really have to be on and really have to have your weight right, your aim right, because it really just comes down to the one throw.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's the hardest format. In Ohio, they play a lot of 4-person, 1-ball walking. Yeah, you better learn how to adjust to those courts quick and know how to play both sides, because they will eat you alive there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we're sorry we haven't had a little bit more drama for you folks in these first 2 games. We're hoping that the third game coming up will be a little bit closer, a little bit more of a back and forth. But in the meantime, we're going to see what game is coming up third, and we will be back with you. Thank you very much. Welcome to our third game of this tournament. We've got Geoli devotees playing Papa Luigi, local business. And we've started the first frame here. Geoli devotees pointed. Now Papa's trying to match, and it looks like that third ball finally is going to be in. Papa Luigi's playing with the yellow balls. Geoli devotees playing with the red balls. You're going to see Joe Geoli's second ball coming into frame. Ooh, and knocking Papa Luigi's ball just out. Did just enough to get it out. So now Papa Luigi down to their final ball of this first frame. It's coming in, and looks like it went a bit astray there for Papa Luigi. And Joe Geoli Devotees is going to have a relatively open court to try to stack some points here in the first frame. As a reminder, my name is Daniel Berkowitz. This is the Bocce Broadcasting Network Midwest, coming to you live from Racine, Wisconsin, the wonderful Roma Lodge, their annual summer tournament. They are celebrating their 100th year anniversary of this club. Started as an Italian club, social club in Racine. And they moved out to these wonderful facilities here about 1987. And it looks like they're checking with each other, and everyone's in agreement. It's going to be 1 point for Joe Geoli Devotees, 1 point for Joe Geoli Devotees after that first frame.
Devotees too?
Joined here in the booth again by Milan.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, this game started a lot quicker than I thought. I tried to sneak in a glass of orange juice.
Everything on this frame has been fast. It's been quick games, big leads, and they're
That
really
is a
trying
rocket.
to accelerate these games as much as possible. So, yeah, that first ball for Joe Geoli Devotees, a little bit far, giving Papa Luigi an opportunity maybe.
Split the difference.
Don't know if he quite took advantage. They're consulting with each other to see who's in. Looks like Papa Luigi just got in. So now Joe Geoli Devotees throwing their second ball.
So it definitely seems like we have the full gambit of skill level in this tournament. I see some national champion players up to just some families coming here representing their club, and I think a lot of times for the teams that come in, maybe like a family team or something, they understand the game they play well, but it seems like they play at a very rapid pace. And a lot of times my biggest advice to a lot of players a lot of times is just slow it down a little bit, right? Especially when the games aren't timed.
Yes, there's
Right.
no time at all in these games. They're played to 11, no time. So there really is no rush.
Right, and a lot of times I see players from the opposing team, a ball's still rolling, and they're lined up ready to roll their next one because they knew that one wasn't going to be in. And I think just that 5-second pause can make a world of difference.
Yeah, you can talk to your teammate. You can think through different types of shots, different strategies. You can take a breath, calm that heart rate.
Yeah.
Can do a lot of things to help you. But these two teams are both playing fast.
And it's showing. A little bit of struggling, but usually it's good news for both teams that everyone's struggling right now.
Yeah, well, it is early. Maybe they're warming into the game as it is.
Yeah, and we'll give them a chance to basically see who settles in first.
Well, that is a pretty shot, and that looks
There it
like
is.
that's going to stand.
In fact, the call is 1 red for Devotees.
1 red for Devotees. So not quite the exact same rapidity of stacking points, but yet again in this third game on this court, we've got one team going to an early lead.
2-0.
2-0. We'll see if that lasts or if we can maybe get a little bit more back and forth action.
I think we will.
I can't imagine all these games are going to be 11-0 Skunks.
I'm not a betting man, but
What
if I
would be the odds?
3 shutouts in a row.
I
It
can't
seems like
imagine
these
it.
teams are pretty equally matched skill level wise.
I think you're right. Looks like Devotees is going with a deep Polino on this.
All right.
And he's letting it go.
Ball. You put a camera on people standing in front.
Yeah. Papa Luigi letting a ball go. Looks like it has the speed, but it's going to get caught up in that red ball. I think it did just enough to knock that off kilter. And it looks like Papa Luigi has their first in of the game. Well, I don't know. That's pretty close. They're calling it. Yep, they're calling Papa. Oh, they're calling Devotees is still in. Papa Luigi rolling in another ball.
So, looks like that might roll off the court.
Yeah, it went a little far. It was a great line, but just a little bit too much mustard. They're looking to see if Devotees is still in over there on the side, or if one... they're calling for a measure. Looks like they're going to measure this one.
Yeah. And for anyone that hasn't been up to Racine, Wisconsin, Papa Luigi's is actually a restaurant up here. They have phenomenal food.
I bet with a name like Papa Luigi's,
you have to.
If you're going to represent a restaurant at an Italian-American bocce club, you better have a good Parmigiana, you better have a good mozzarella, a good prosciutto, a good gabagol, all that stuff.
They do. So if you're ever up here in Wisconsin, and I highly, highly recommend, especially anyone in Chicago listening to it, this place is a gem of a place.
And
the outdoor facilities are gorgeous. It's a perfect day-to-day. I hope all our games are outside.
And you saw there the unique feature again of this court, for anyone who's just tuning in. There's no back wall on this court. It's a little piece of carpet. There's a gutter behind the court, so the balls can roll off, and they are not at all part of the scoring.
Yeah. It's tough. You'll see this a lot today. What you'll see is a team try to point a ball that's point a Polino that's pretty deep, and they'll sail one into the gutter, and then the next one will be about 10 feet short.
Yeah.
Because they're so afraid of a dead ball. Because a dead ball does no good, right?
That looks like Devotees is in on their final ball.
Great last ball.
Papa Luigi. Oh, I'm sorry. They have one more ball. That's my mistake. Devotees might be able to stack a couple points here. He's down on his knee, lining up the shot. Lets it go.
That's no good.
That's not going to quite make it
but
there.
Stole the one. And this is where ball advantage always comes into play. Right.
So they're calling for the measuring tape yet again.
Let me see if I can take a quick look.
Yeah, it's right here in front of us.
Yeah, it looks like red's in. Oh, I think they're measuring for second point.
Okay, so we've got one red, and they're measuring the second.
That looks like two to me. See the call in the second. Got a wide variety of footwear on that court.
Well, when you're playing bocce, do you think about the footwear at all? Do you ever play in sandals? Do you ever play barefoot?
Beach bocce, yes. Barefoot.
Beach bocce. There you go.
Well, yesterday at the Maestros tournament, a very unique, very awesome backyard bocce edition.
They are calling 2 points, so that's 2 points to
points.
Devotees. That should be a 4-0 lead. Is it 4? Oh, it's 5. My mistake. It's 5.
I played barefoot yesterday too, but it's lawn bocce, which most people are probably the most familiar with. Usually when I tell people I play bocce, they think I travel around the country going to people's backyards playing.
Playing in grass.
I do travel the country going in people's backyards, but it's un-bocce related.
Well, whatever you get up to in your own time and your own legal troubles, that's on you, Milan.
Got to prove it first.
Burden is on the state.
We're getting dangerously close to another shutout here.
I mean, I'm telling you, there's something about this court. The magic is in the air. I don't know what to tell you, folks, but we have a 5-0 lead. Let's see if Papa Luigi has a little bite and can fight back.
Got to slow it down.
First ball off the wall, did not take nearly enough off that ball.
Okay.
So Papa Luigi letting it go. Let's see if he can get the distance right.
A better ball. Looks like it's going to die before it gets. Yeah, that's a good ball.
Oh, there you go. And that's 1 point in.
I think this is kind of sometimes maybe the risk reward of playing on an all family team. You can either be all gelling, clicking together. No, you're good there. Like for Nationals, the Bernardi family played together. They were clicking on all cylinders. The game they played to win the Open, I don't think anyone on the planet could have beat them on that game.
Sometimes when you have that right mix of chemistry,
Yeah.
whether it's a family member or not,
Or
it's just
sometimes when you play with family, I think it can be the exact opposite.
Right,
Because
right,
you're so
right.
comfortable with one another, you don't mind jumping down each other's throats to play. But usually in my experience, that negativity doesn't really help.
yeah.
For some people, it might. It can completely check me out of a game.
Absolutely. So Devotees is having a little bit of trouble beating Luigi's ball here.
There you go. Sometimes
left
it
that
only
one
takes
short.
one. Put a little pressure on the other team.
And so,
barring
you know,
a catastrophe
I was
here.
going to say, I don't think we're going to have a shutout today. Papa Luigi's second ball
Great ball.
veered a little left,
Oh,
but
there we go. Sometimes it just takes one.
let's see. I don't know
It's
if
a
that's closer than
maybe.
the red. Devotees' last ball. You're going to see Luigi's third ball coming into frame.
Uh-oh.
Also going
Trouble.
left. Oh, knocks on Devotees.
So we got at least one, maybe two.
Got one. They're going up to see what we've got.
Do you
We know
think-
it's at
do
least
you think
one.
that's Papa Luigi? That's my guess.
I would have to say it's Papa Luigi, being unfamiliar
And
with
it's baby
the full
Luigi's?
roster. That's right.
Louis,
They're calling two. Looks like they're calling two.
And there we go. All right. Just
We
like
have our
that,
first non-shutout of the day on this court, ladies and gentlemen.
and we have a game just like that. All of a sudden, 5-0 is not that bad.
I mean, a 3-point lead is not insurmountable, certainly.
One frame to change the game.
That's right.
Know what I'm saying? A lot of times too, I tell people, if you go down big in a game, the mentality I like taking is, doesn't matter how much you're down by. Every game, you have to score to X amount to win.
That's right.
Right? No matter how many points the other team scores, you need to, in this case, score 11 to win. So just take it one frame at a time. Win frames.
That's right. We're dealing with a shorter Polino
Shorty.
on this frame.
So
Trying to-
and another good ball by Papa Luigi's. And just like that,
Ooh, Devotees maybe slipped a little bit.
the carpet monster got her.
Yeah, looks like. And is she playing barefoot? No, she's wearing sandals.
She's got
All right, Devotees. Let's see if maybe their second shot is a little bit better.
and also balls do not have to cross center court. Polino does, but balls do not. That'll work.
Ooh, that's a perfect bocce right there.
What do you think? Intentional or unintentional on that one?
You know, he seemed pretty determined. It was certainly coming in hot, so if it wasn't intentional, he would have been way past.
And that looks like another good ball. That's going to settle up right next
Nice
to it.
little. Ooh, Papa Luigi's may have found their rhythm here.
One good ball. That's all it takes.
One good ball, one good frame, and
You can see that just like a lot of times. How many times have you seen like a cell turn into a complete crumbling?
that's right.
One ball
That's
can
right.
always change the course of an entire game.
So Devotees misses on that throw. They're coming in with their fourth and final throw of the frame.
That's
Looks
going to be
like-
hot and wide.
Yeah. So, okay, Luigi's with opportunity
To
here.
tie it.
They could tie it up with these next two balls. Let's see if these ladies can keep their wits about them. Papa Luigi coaching from the side,
I like this.
telling them to take
I like
advantage.
this.
Nice and slow.
It's got to get a couple more rolls.
I don't know if it's quite, as you're going to see, it's not going to make it out of that first camera frame into the second camera frame. So
Yeah,
not quite there, but they could get two here.
Just a shorty. I would advise the other roller here to roll right into her ball at point speed, so that way if you hit it, you're good. If it's a little, I think that's just going to be good.
Oh, I don't know.
That's going to be perfect.
Oh, there you go. What a beautiful, beautiful ball. There's 2 points,
Are we
and
seeing
now
4-5. We got a game.
we have a little bit of drama for you folks now.
Sunday bocce.
Nothing better. Excuse the jerky camera movement, folks. We got a complete novice on the sticks.
Yeah, we got a jerk working it. No, I think our viewers know this is a learning curve for us. Dan, we appreciate the hell out of you for coming out and helping.
You know, it's
I think-
a lot of fun
I
learning
think
this new
Mike
system.
and Dave and Andy and myself, we can attest to. I have sat in the booth for about 12 straight hours calling games. It is nice to have someone else to just take a break,
Take a break, take a load off.
work the camera. Anyone
Ooh.
listening, if you want to be involved, Our mission here at BBN is pretty simple. Bring bocce to you and everyone else. Expose the game, grow the game, showcase places like these.
Not to interrupt, but that was a beautiful first ball from Papa Luigi.
Yeah,
like you said, they really are building off that one frame.
Settled in.
And they look
and
ready to go.
And all it took, they put the one pretty good ball, wasn't an unbeatable one, but it put a little pressure on the other team, and now it looks like the pressure's getting to them because they're spraying balls all over the place. I haven't seen really one come even close to beating a Luigi point in the last 2 frames.
Yeah. Well, she's certainly taking her time with this throw. Let's see if it's going to pay off.
That's a good speed. I think it's going to wind up a little short.
Yeah.
Or it's going to clip. But no good.
No. If
Good defense happening right there, though.
Yeah, if she threw it a little harder, it might have carried the red into the Polino. But
those I don't know how many people intentionally do bump shots unless it's sitting directly on the wall. My favorite thing is watching someone when they do something really bad but it works out and pretend like they meant to do that.
That's one of my favorite things to do in bocce. How did you know?
My favorite is when they hit a ball that's about 10 feet away from the Polito that's so out of the picture that they forget about it, accidentally hit it, rolls in for a point, and they act like that was the move.
Well, you know what I always say in that scenario when a terrible ball ends up mattering at the end of the frame?
Luck always beats skill.
It's chess, not checkers, man.
Yeah.
It's chess, not checkers. I was setting that up from the whole beginning.
Yeah.
I knew that's how it was going to go.
So Pablo Luigi's here discussing what they don't want to do is bump any of those red balls because that could prove catastrophic.
This is a really tough lie for Papa Luigi's. They do have 3 balls in a row, but really narrow margin of error.
I like him. He's sticking outside. If he hits that front red ball blocker, not a big deal.
Yeah. So the pace was good on that ball. Not sure it's going to be quite in, but I like it. Oh, and Luigi going right away. Just throwing off the court. Not sure what he was doing there. Maybe he didn't want to mess things up.
Young buck. Young, ready to go.
Right.
Full of testosterone.
Young, dumb, and full of you-know-what.
Rum.
That's what they say.
So it looks like they're probably just going to get one here.
Yeah.
This one might. If this one it's got to eat a little more. That was a good line, though.
It was a good line if he had a little more.
Are we calling it 1 and we have a tie game here?
It looks like, they're just calling it 1. Yeah, they're calling it 1. So it is all tied up, 5-5. Finally got some drama for you folks here on indoor court number 2.
Now this is where experience comes into play in a frame like that. The other side for Luigi's team should have given him a spot on the side of where what's in. Right? I know they
and
were
you
trying
mark
to
that
eat
with
by-
your foot, right?
Yeah, you point at your foot. A lot of people use the foot to point to where they exactly want the ball, which I think is sometimes helpful, but for the most part, I know that's where I gotta put it. I like using the spot, telling people how far of a circle they have around the ball to put a point in.
So it looks like we're going with another shorty.
It worked for him last time.
It did. Certainly going to see how close the center line is. That is a good throw, but it is pretty close to that center line. Rolling in the first ball. Nice, gentle toss.
So speed was great. Looks like she dropped it a little the wrong way.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get that ball into frame. You'll see it roll just in a frame there.
A little 2-footer.
And Devotees goes real
it's gotta
quick.
chug along. I don't think that's going to make it.
Not quite going to make it. You can still see it in that first camera angle there.
Pressure's on. And they're,
Joe Geoli has just given up 5 points in a row. Let's see if they can take
rocket.
the momentum
If
back.
it doesn't hit Polino, that's gone.
Oh, but it does. So he looks like a mastermind.
Yeah, meant to do that. So good ball. Put it on the right line at least.
Papa Luigi coaching from the sideline.
Yeah, and they got a lot of room here, but I like the coach. Uh-oh.
Well, it's good to be there for your part of that. Looks
Might
a little
hit,
hot.
though.
Perfect.
Just like they drew.
Perfect bocce. That's now 2 points for Papa Luigi.
So we had 5 points for Devotees unanswered, then 5 for Papa Luigi so far.
Ooh, and she had a lot of room, but left that one short, almost as short as their first ball. And you see it's still 2 points to Papa Luigi in this
We only
frame.
got 1 ball left. This ball's super important. That's a good ball.
Nice speed.
I think he's going to take point here.
Yeah,
Oh,
laid
it's
it
still
in there.
yeah,
Little long, but
hey,
easily in.
took 2 away.
Yeah, exactly. That's a 3-point swing right there. You never are mad at that.
And now having a shooter would be nice. Get that red out, sit in 2 yellow, and roll your 3rd one in.
Oh, that's right.
Just missed the line. Looks like she was trying to bump it out.
Nah, didn't quite make it. So now
I like
they're
the
down to their
aggressive call.
final ball. Let's see what she's doing.
Oh, that's a
Is she
good
going
looking
for
ball.
it? No.
I think she's going to Capolino, though, and take it.
Oh, just hit the wrong side of the Polino. And Devotees escapes with 1. They stop the run of Papa Luigi's.
Stop the bleed.
And now we got a 6-5 game for Joe Geoli Devotees.
Stop the bleed. There we go. All right. Game to 5 or 6 for either team.
Yeah.
Early on, looked like this game was going to be a runaway, and then it looks like everyone's settled in now.
Yeah.
The ball grouping's a little tighter, and that's what we want to see. I just like seeing a nice competitive game.
Absolutely. You can get so much more enjoyment, and the drama is definitely heightened when the margins are thinner.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it looks like a good middle placement on that Polino from Joe Geoli Devotees.
Everyone's favoring center court here.
Yeah. A little hot,
spicy, little
little
spicy.
left. A little spicy meatball there. Papa Luigi lining up, the young buck. Going quick.
I think the speed was good there. The line's a little rough, though.
Line's a little right, but the speed was correct. Well, more correct than Devotees' first ball.
This is where the rush ball comes into play, right? So that speed was great, but picked it up through it, and I mean that's exactly where he was aiming.
Yeah. Or not aiming, as it were.
Yeah.
But the ball was good enough, and so Papa Luigi himself
The pops.
getting ready.
Let's see if I can give you guys their actual names.
Yeah. Nice speed, but again, going off on the right. Might be just in. The teams are talking it over. They're calling red shooter, Papa Geoli Devotees, meaning Joe Geoli Devotees, meaning Papa Luigi is in. He goes off the wall, and that looks like that's going to settle in there nicely for maybe the best point we've seen all day.
Beauty.
Would you call that a halo, Milan?
That's a halo. It's a kisser. It's a Bocce.
Papa
else?
Luigi going quick again and off to the left.
Yeah, come up with like a Bocce thesaurus or compendum or something.
I think so.
And put what everyone calls everything state by state.
Papa Luigi settling in. Final ball of the frame. Really needs to disrupt what Devotees are doing if he wants to score points here. And it looks like he's going just right. I think the speed was good, but
speed was good for a little bump and move the plane out towards the ball, but I would have liked to see one in front there.
Yeah. So Joe Geoli Devotees
Oh,
is
there
also
we
looks
go.
like she's going off the wall just like her partner did to try to point
Yeah,
that.
that's going to eke in for 2 at least, if not 3.
There you go. Yeah, it looks like 2. They're calling it 2. So Devotees, you know, this has been a game of runs. We had 5 straight points from Devotees, then 5 straight points from Papa Luigi's, and now 3 straight from Devotees. And we'll see if Luigi can summon the nerve to answer back. Looks like
2 was the call.
both teams, 2 was the call. Both teams on this side of the court are really favoring that short Polino, but it may have come back to bite Joe Geoli Devotees. It looks like the Polino didn't quite make it over the halfway point.
Oh, yeah. So not sure what the rule here is. It's either going to be other team gets to throw it. Usually the rule is the other team gets to throw it, but you still point first ball.
And it looks like Papa Luigi's is going to get to throw it. she's dangerously close to not making it over the halfway point,
Oh,
but
yeah.
she did. She did make it.
I like that. They like it short on that side.
They really do. Oops, sorry.
All right. So, yeah. All right. So, Polino rule here. If it goes dead or doesn't cross halfway, other team gets to throw it, but you maintain possession of first point. And looks like them throwing it short against them was the right idea because left them a lot of room there.
Yeah, he went pretty wide. So now Papa Luigi setting up their first frame. Papa Luigi
Coaching
himself
his team.
coaching up his team, clapping them, trying to get him hype. He knows they need to get back in this game.
I like this one. It's got to die, though. Line good, speed bad.
Yeah,
I wonder if she was trying to get to the wall and just never did.
possible. Not even sure how much momentum the wall would have taken off for that throw,
That
honestly.
is a good ball. She's going to kiss Polino.
Oh,
That
beautiful.
works.
Well, yeah, she stays inside of Joe Geoli devotees, but certainly a scoreable ball here for Joe Geoli devotees.
That's good speed there. That's going to be pretty good. That's going to, ooh, it's got to get a little more.
I don't know. That's very close.
I don't think so.
They might have to pull out the tape measure on this one.
And they are looking at it from the wrong side. As you're never going to be able to judge the distance opposite of side of Polino. You have to stand directly over it.
Right. So what you're saying is you always want to be directly over the Polino, looking at the balls furthest away from you when you're trying to judge measurement.
Yeah.
Of course, at the end of the day, they can also always grab the tape measure, which it looks like that's what they're doing.
And that's the right move. I think one thing you have to learn in tournament play is you're going to have to be an advocate for yourself and your team on the courts because a lot of these teams will show you no mercy. And if you don't go out there, could be some balls that maybe were in your favor that they kicked away before you got a chance to look at them.
Yeah.
Don't see that too much here. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen it here, but it does happen.
All right, so they measured, and they have determined that it's going to be...
We'll see by who's throwing. Looks like yellow's. Papa Luigi's lining up to throw. Hi, Lauren. I believe there are 32 teams, if I'm not mistaken.
They mentioned earlier that there were 8 groups. Most of them have 5 teams in them, but some only have 4. Yeah. So we're looking at somewhere between 35 and 40, I think.
I'll tell you right now because it's right behind me.
All right. That ball went into a lot of traffic, and it looks like we still have 1 point for Joe Geoli devotees. Papa Luigi's out of balls. So it's just a matter of how big the lead is going to be. Oh, and sometimes you see the players here getting in the way of some of our camera angles.
That'll happen. I mean, they're hard. It's easy to miss those cameras right there.
Yeah.
On the tripods.
And look, they're focused. They're trying to win. We get it. Coaching up his partner. They're certainly taking a lot more time on these throws than they were early in the game.
That is a big frame.
I think the competition is getting to them. Oh, and what a beautiful... Oh, it just missed the Polino.
Yeah, no good.
Still one. Just one red. So Papa Luigi still in the fight, but Joe Geoli devotees...
Sitting one.
One more
Could get
throw.
2 here. 9-5 is not a lot nicer than 10-5 in the game to 11.
So Joe
Let's see how much
Geoli...
speed the ball takes here. I think that's going to be short. And it looks like we're taking one here for
that ball
devotees.
short. All right. So 9-5 devotees. Let's see if Papa Luigi's
can punch back. All right, we got a good game here. Back and forth. So we had 5 points opening up for devotees. Papa Luigi's came storming back, tied it up 5-5. And now it looks like devotees have 4 unanswered at that point. So
that's right.
Still anyone's game.
Looks like a middle short placement of the Polino for this first frame from Devotees.
If that didn't hit Polino, that was going into the gutter.
But it hit
did,
Polino.
But it did. So lots of room here. Take your time. Put one in. At the very least, you have to take away the point.
That's right.
And I think he did. I think that's good enough.
Just sneaks into our frame there. You'll see.
I have a theory about the contagious first bad ball.
Oh, yeah? What's that theory, Milan?
Team opens out, throws the Polino, throws a bad first ball out there. A lot of times you see the opposing team throw another bad one out there, too. I don't know why.
The theory is that it's harder to shoot a good ball after a bad ball by your opponent. Is that the idea?
I think so.
Ooh, and Papa Geoli, 2 rapid-fire balls there. Neither particularly close. You'll see one went long, one went way short.
They're about to leave. This ball is huge.
Somehow,
wide open.
Some way, Papa Luigi is still in, and if Geoli does not score here, Papa Luigi could really come storming back in this game.
That ball's gone.
And wow, what a huge opportunity here for Papa Luigi's.
You could see a tie game here.
They could tie up the game in just one frame. Let's see their second ball.
That's good.
Good line, good pace. It's a very wide open frame. And there he goes. And he's encouraging his partner.
They have a huge opportunity here. Sitting 2.
Talking it over a little bit.
Right, take your time. Yep, that's going to be 3. Good ball.
Sneaking around the left of that red.
Good
Goes
enough.
right in. Here we go. Papa Luigi, is he going to make it a tie game? Let's see.
Oh,
and there it is.
Up.
A casino. 9-all.
Ring them up. Game of runs here. Who can close out now? 4 points. Huge frame. All right, game to 2. All right, Dan, my team just got called to play.
I think we missed a couple points there because they're shaking hands. The game is over. We must have been off. Papa Luigi had 7 points. We apologize for that.
I don't know how to count.
That is game. Papa Luigi took it down with a casino in the final frame.
I hate to lose that way. You do not want to lose
That's
that way.
tough. Well, folks, thanks for hanging in. Milan, as mentioned, has to get on to the courts.
I got to play, baby.
So we will see you later.
volumes. Oh, do you know how to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it here? This one? Yes. Yeah, I got it. I know how to do it.
ABC. Oh, never mind.
What's that?
Oh.
What are the two names?
Okay, so yellow is the Wild Guys. And then red is Amatory, Amatory. Tori. You're missing it. So go to.
I don't know if I have red and black or green and red right.
What's that?
I don't
Oh,
know if I have this.
press. Add the T to Amatory.
Amatory.
Okay, and then press update teams on the left, bottom left, and then start, and then go to game on this screen.
That's what I was like. I don't think it's.
Yeah. There we go.
There we go. I think that switched.
Oh, so now we got to just rewrite them and press update teams. Got it? Okay. All right, we're going to go live on the mic here. All right, folks, we're back here. It is Alex Guerra with Jesse Morris. Hi, Jesse.
How are you? Oh, there we go.
I'm great. I'm here. I've been here with you. I've been in the booth. I've been on the courts. 38 teams, Roma Lodge, Racine, Wisconsin. What do you think so far?
Feeling good so far. I love playing here. This is my second tournament here. It's a lot of fun. Good energy in the room. People are here to have a good time. People are here to play some good bocce. Just here to have a good time.
Yeah, it's a really good blend. This one. It's not. There's a lot of skill here. There's a lot of good Chicago teams. There's a couple teams from other regions too, but it also doesn't have some of that sort of like over seriousness that some tournaments can have.
Yeah.
It is family friendly. There's a good mix of new and local teams as well.
Right. This is a block party with some good bocce going on.
That's a great way to describe it. The grill's fired up. The bar is very active. This is a great club, Roma Lodge. This is the 40th year they've done the Summer Bocce Tournament. And this is the first year the Bocce Broadcast Network has done it because it's our first year. We are featuring Amatory versus the Wild Guys. Jesse, it looks like the Wild Guys got 1 point while we were getting set up there. So Wild Guys are green or yellow balls. And that's going to consist of, on our side, Jamie rolling. Jamie's rolling the ball right now. Or no, sorry, that's, yeah. And with Jamie is Frank. So Frank's going to roll here. The Polino is right next to that red ball on the left wall.
Oh, that's a good ball. I think it's going to be just a little long, but it's in a good spot.
Okay.
If they come into that red ball, it looks like it's touching. So if they hit it, there's a chance that it shoots back to that yellow. So.
And here's the conversation right now between Guy, who's in the red polo, who's subbing today for Amatory, and he is rolling with Fabio. Fabio's going to roll. Ball coming in on the left side of your screen. A little early on the wall. Here's Guy. Takes a steeper angle. This one's got some heat on it.
A little bit of heat. So
Trying to knock that yellow off.
Nice ball.
And he does just that.
Get two? Looks like two from here.
Yeah, I would say so. Fabio trying to clean it up. This one might have to go.
Get up.
Maybe the bright lights in the camera didn't go.
Hey, not everyone's ready for the pressure of the camera.
Yeah, you can feel it.
You really can.
Yeah,
All right, that's two for Amatory.
Yeah, it's funny. They, especially, we noticed that at the World Series of Bocce in Rome.
Really?
Some teams were like super excited to be on the camera, and some teams were like even telling us like, "Oh man, I don't ever miss that shot, but you guys are making me nervous."
I heard a couple teams saying, ooh, that's long. It's going to come off the court.
Jesse, folks at home, if you look, we're in the right-hand side of your screen. Wave to the folks at home there. There we are behind the BBN booth.
I had a couple folks I overheard saying, what are these cameras for?
Oh, really?
Yeah, posterity.
Keep you guys honest.
Keeping us honest. I personally love playing on the broadcasted court. What about you?
I do too.
Yeah,
I like the
love
big
it.
lights. Yeah,
I
we're
love
used
it.
to it, right?
We are. We're used to being the center of. So camera doesn't really add anything to it.
Right,
If
right.
anything, it's a bonus.
Our leagues are often flanked. The court will be flanked by rowdy crowds who've been imbibing
Rowdy.
all evening, and there's a lot of conversation and distraction, and we're so used to it that I think A, not only does it not phase us, but B, more importantly, it might be an advantage for us.
Oh, that's a good ball.
That's in.
Yeah,
That's
that's it.
absolutely in.
Good ball.
And that was Bill. Bill from the Wild Guys. So these are two local teams. Red ball coming in hot on the left side of your screen, looking for a little
Nice
chaos,
shot.
and he gets it.
Sometimes you just go for the chaos.
Yeah.
Now everyone's got 2 balls left, and
All right, Pool G, Bocce Bunch versus New Kids on the Block, indoor court number 4.
good ball. He's going to catch the Polino.
Oh, it's just rolls out. You might not be able to see that on our angle.
You can see the shadow of the Polino just to the right of that red ball, but it is one red right now.
So
Pushed it a
Wild
little
Guys
bit
are going to
behind
look
red.
probably to push into the red to knock the Polino back here. Just soft tap would be my guess. He might have got it.
Oh, that side.
He might have got it.
Wow.
Look at that.
What
That's
an
a great
incredible
ball.
shot. That's a hard shot.
Yeah, now we're sitting 3, maybe 4 yellow. Red does have at least one bullet left here.
Amici. Outdoor court number 1.
All right, how's that look?
It's hot.
Ooh.
It's hot,
Okay,
but it does
but
take
took
2
some
away.
away.
2.
Took at least 2 away.
Yeah, and red does have one more ball.
Oh,
I'm just.
Wait, whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh,
I'm not sure what. There is one more red ball.
maybe.
Oh,
they
they lost one off the back.
maybe there
Their
were.
first ball.
Okay.
Their first ball went long.
Well, there
So,
might have been extra balls in their well.
I think there were.
because they were confused, and
Yeah.
that confused us.
Yeah.
Indoor court 4.
We done much. I would assume we have talking about the
Kids on the Block versus Bocce Bunch indoor court.
specialty of this court,
The pit.
which is the pit. That you can just roll a ball right off the end there.
Play when ready.
Happened on their first ball.
We'll get you another angle. This
That's a
Polino.
good ball.
It's a great ball.
It is. You see things tighten up throughout the day, but that's a very good ball for game 1.
And the Wild Guys got 1 point there,
Oh,
so we'll go
they
ahead
sure
and give
did.
them 1. This ball's coming in with a lot of heat.
Nice ball.
And Guy does the not quite a soft replace, but not quite a Rafa, something in between.
What do you call that?
He rolled it confidently.
You got a name
Firm
for that?
replace, I guess.
Firm replace. I like a hard replace.
Okay.
Alrighty.
This is Jamie. Jamie from the Wild Guys.
Going off the wall. It's going to take a little heat off from it.
It's got to get up. It's not even in our screen.
No,
There
it's a
it
good
is.
line though. Can't tell on the screen, but in person it's a good line.
Okay,
Oh,
this
that's
ball's
pretty
tracking
good.
coming up from the middle of your screen. It's a good defensive ball with the last one, right?
It is, yeah. I think ideally they would have wanted to be a little closer on that, but in front, in the line, the way the court curves, I think right here though, there's plenty of room to sneak between. Oh, interesting.
This ball's got a lot of heat on it.
Lot of heat. That's gone. Let's see if it. I think that's going right off. Yeah, gone.
Okay.
Oh, can you send me my career picture?
Again, early game. Teams dialing in.
Who's on the street?
All right, Guy drops another good one in there. Guy's on. He's feeling it.
Oh, I forgot to
He's a late addition, too.
pay
Free
attention
agent
to
pickup.
the
Oh, yeah.
YouTube comments.
This one's got a little heat, too. That might knock a ball out.
Is Sean Crone commenting on his own team?
He'll do
live
that.
chat?
He'll do that. Wait, during the game?
I don't.
Oh no, I think that's from earlier.
But he's commenting.
Oh yeah.
Papaloo, hi.
All right, folks. So it looks like that was 2 red, 2 for Amatory there. And again, we are set up on court 2 today. So we have a featured court of court 2. Whoever we get is who we roll with. So far, it's been a good mix. This Polino is very short, so we're going to give you a little different look there.
Is that a leap? Oh, it is. Okay. All right. How many teams? Mickey says. He said. I want to say 38. 36. I think we had some no-shows, but 36.
Yeah, it was meant to be 38. That's a nice ball.
That is a good ball.
This is Giuseppe. Taking a good hard look. You give me agita. Agita?
I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
I don't know. I don't even know if I'm comfortable saying it.
It's best not to until you know.
Okay, Giuseppe's going to roll one in here. It's got a lot of heat on
lot
it.
of heat, but I think it's
These
gonna
guys are
hit that
good,
yellow out.
really good at this firm
Really
replace
good at that
or hard
ball.
replace.
Yeah.
This, whatever you want to call it, it's working.
It is. These are both, we said, hometown crews.
For sure. Yeah, these teams would give us trouble right now. Just that local knowledge always seems to come into play, no matter how good of an adjuster you are.
Right, especially in the early games, if you're playing against home teams, game 1, game 2,
Yeah.
it's hard to beat them, but later in the day, it definitely helps to, after you've warmed up a little, to catch those teams.
Okay, the Wild guys are looking to get that momentum back here. This ball's got
It's got a
good
chance.
line. Has to die a little bit, and it
There we
does.
go. It's in.
Good ball.
It's a good ball. All right, who's this again now?
This is Giuseppe.
Giuseppe rolling right now. Ooh, so spicy. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Might be 2.
Okay, and rolling with Giuseppe is Vince. Vince, I believe, is Giuseppe's son.
Oh, we'd love to see it. That's also got some speed, but hopefully.
Hopefully, you're rooting for these guys?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just rooting for a ball to be in.
Rooting for the ball in front of you,
I'm
right?
just rooting for the ball in front of me. All right, that looks like
One yellow, they're holding one more.
he's wait. Someone's guy's trying to give advice, and they're waving him off.
This is one of those clubs where I believe does require Italian American heritage to be a member.
Oh, interesting.
I just thought of that because I was looking at all the last names on the sheet. Not a lot of Guerras and Morrises on this sheet.
Not a lot. That looks like 2.
Yeah, I think so. So we got a little back and forth affair.
4-4.
You'd like to see it. We had a couple blowouts earlier, So it's nice to see competition on the court.
I got some insider scoop. I've been told that agita means heartburn in Italian.
Beautiful. Well, everything gives me agita.
The whole world.
All right, this is Jamie. Again, Jesse, I hope you're taking note. The locals love to use the wall on almost every shot.
You know, I'm not mad about it.
Great ball.
I like the wall. I think we get a lot of good practice at that on the rondina.
Yeah, Rondina.
Rondina.
Guy is really
Hey.
dialed in on this firmer place. This is his shot.
I know. Really, you get a lot of insider details when you're in
In the booth, yeah, you do.
watching how everyone plays.
And Frank's going to try to say, well, that one's going to die on the vine. It's going to be a little bit short.
It's one of those things that you know now if you play them, you're like, oh, I'm going to go in middle.
Exactly.
Going in the middle.
Exactly. Yeah, so Jesse and I are both playing on the same team today. This is our first tournament together.
It is.
So far, so good.
So far, so good.
11-1 first game.
Not too shabby.
Dusty and Andy cleaned up on their side. Our side gave us a little more. Our opponents gave us a little more trouble.
We got a casino. We got 4.
We did. We finished with a 4.
We finished with a 4.
Yeah, that I almost.
nice.
And the reason why I almost missed that last ball is because I thought the game was over before that.
Yes, which
I
is,
can't count.
you know, it's unfortunate that the two of us are on the same side, not being able to count. Two of the worst counters in ABC.
All right, Fabio's finding it. He was a little off on his first few balls, but that's a pretty good one.
That is, it makes some more space, but it looks yellow to me.
Okay, Guy, who has been putting on a show for the people across the nation. This is Bocce Broadcast Network. We're just about 6 months into this endeavor, bringing Bocce. Oh, Guy, I talked him up. The announcer's curse.
The announcer's curse. We're not supposed to be affecting the game, Alex. Uh-oh. Hey, that'll do. Looks too
Too
for
red.
Amatory.
They red aggressive last ball there. Works in their favor.
Nice miss. Way to go.
Hey.
I know you did that. That was a good ball. That's a good ball.
That's the good thing about open bocce. If you're good enough, you get a good miss. Things work out.
Well, and two, like any form of the game, whether the back wall is live or there's a pit like there is here, you know, you have to adjust to the game in front of you.
You do.
And what was important on that roll is that he wasn't short.
Yep.
He gave his ball a chance.
Absolutely. That's all you got to do. We got another short play now.
Yep, I'm going to zoom down to that.
Real long on that.
So, folks, you're going to see the Polino enter at some point. There she is. There you go. And then, okay.
Hey.
Fun, again, going back to your point about learning, I think that if we're not playing either of these teams, at least in group play, but if we were, I would be learning right now that I'd want to play these teams in the center and not off the wall.
Yep. I would go center short. I'd probably stay center and just move the speed.
This is Bill.
That looks pretty good. I think that's going to come back.
This is Bill. Good speed. Might sit it in
Really
on the
good
side.
speed. Not in?
Oh, I don't know. My camera says it's in.
Camera says it's in. No one's standing from the Polino to make the call, so who knows?
Hey, they called it in.
I was going to be
Yeah.
shocked if that wasn't in. Oh, we've got a Friends v. Friends game going on over on Court 2. I think are we Court 3 right now?
We're court 2.
We're Court 2 over on Court 3. Some Chicago Des Plaines pals over there.
Should we take a look?
Yeah, take a quick one. Log cabin versus some version of Sticky Bandits.
Yeah, so this is Chris McGregor's first
First tournament.
non-ABC
non-ABC tournament, yeah.
First traveling tournament. He's playing with the Sticky Bandits, Sergio. And he's getting matched up with Slava and Jackie on that side. On the other side for both teams, you've got Dave Hoffman, who's captaining this BBN ship. He is rolling with Ala. Ala's no stranger to this tournament. She's played in it before.
She has. They played. I think they made it to the semifinals last
Yeah,
year.
yeah, they did awesome. And then we do have a person in front of the camera here. I apologize. And then opposite Slava and Jackie is Mickey and Hippie, who most of us know from Log Cabin fame. And just like that, we just got called. So
Got to find someone to man the booth. Everyone's playing. Probably could get Erica and Scott in here.
all right, well, we're glad we got to bring you some of the action. We did get our name called. We are going to be playing soon. Dan Berkowitz is headed back in the booth for us. Yeah,
It's a good time.
it was fun. Yeah,
We'll be back
yeah.
in later,
Yeah,
I'm
thanks
sure.
for hanging out, Jesse.
Yeah.
Bocce shorts on just like the rest of us. It's a terrible shot for you.
Hello there. Hello there, folks. As happens often with tournament play, sometimes our broadcasters have to be called away to play in the game. This is Daniel Berkowitz back with you again, taking over on this close match between Amatory and the Wild Guys. The Wild Guys look like they're lining it up. Good speed on that ball. Went a little bit right and looks like it's maybe going to take away one. Looks like Amatory is going to have the last licks here. Trying to pull away in this back and forth affair.
But it might go if you got it hard enough.
They're calling that one red. Amatory letting the ball go. Kiss the Polino nicely there, and that's a good start to their frame. Wild Guys playing wall ball, trying to settle in nicely. Looks like he's got a good angle on that one, and it is very close. That's a great ball there. Wild Guys consulting, Amatory consulting with each other. They're also going to play wall. Let's see if it works out for them. Good angle, just not enough on that ball. They try again on that wall angle, and it looks like they're going to connect this time. That's a beautiful ball from Amatory. Definitely got one in. The other's potentially in play. And now the Wild Guys will have to try to match, reset the frame. Again, they're going to play off of the wall. And it looks like that ball stayed a little bit closer to the wall than they were anticipating. But being right behind the Polino, that ball may come into play. Wild Guys lining it up again, playing off the wall again. Oh, and the ball just misses the Polino to the right. The Wild Guys down to their last ball to try to make something happen. Looks like he's going to play off the wall, try to get that angle correct. Oh, and that's pretty. What a pretty ball. Touching the Polino perfectly. And the pressure is back on Amatory. He's in the same position. Looks like he's going to take the same angle. Now, as you'll see from the setup, the Polino is directly behind one of the Wild Guys' balls. And if Amatory hits it too hard, who knows where that Polino is bound to end up. You see there's both a red and a yellow ball to the back and to the right of the ball that's pointing right now. That's why Amatory is really talking over this frame, and he lets the ball go. Oh, unfortunately we have someone in the way of our camera angle there. Oh, it looks like that's just going to miss. It just missed. Wild Guys tie up the game with that beautiful, beautiful ball right there at the end of the frame. And you want to talk about drama. This game, they're trading points, trading back and forth.
I'll give up one. That's all right.
Wild Guys looking like a deep Polino placement. Let's see how close they can get that first ball set point. Looks like a beautiful pace on that first ball, and that is a great point. Wild Guys setting themselves up for success, trying to keep the pressure on Amatory. Let's see if they can get it done. Gui letting that first ball go for Amatory, and it's not a bad ball, but it's not a point. It means his partner, Giuseppe, is going to have to try to beat that beautifully pointed first ball. He's coming in with a little bit of speed. Oh, and he has the double combo play. Beautifully played, by Fabio Francesconi. You can tell he's got bocce in his blood. Now back to the Wild Guys. Playing pretty fast here. See if he can get the speed right. And it looks like it's just to the right of the Polino and just a little bit long. Wild Guys setting up another shot. That one looks like it's coming right for the Polino. Oh, and a beautiful little roll. Took that Polino back just slightly and has really helped his team with the positioning. Taking the doggy for a walk, as we like to say, when you push that Polino back and leave your ball right there with it. Gui setting up for his second ball. Went a little off to the right there. So now Amatory down to their last ball. Fabio's going to let it go. It also went a little bit right, and it goes off of the back of the court. As we've been reminding our audience all day, these courts are a little bit different than a traditional bocce court because there's no solid back wall. There's a gutter or a pit back there covered up by a little bit of carpet. So that when those balls go back, they just fall off. They don't count. So the team is looking up the score, and it looks like the Wild guys are going to take two. Let's see if they need to measure for that third ball. Yeah, it looks like they are getting the tape measure out. So the Wild guys safely have two. It's just a question of whether they got that third ball in. And it looks like that third ball was in. Wild guys, they scored that 3. So Wild guys 1 point away from claiming victory in this game. They laid out a Polino fairly deep. And let's see how much pressure they can put Amatory under. Their backs are already against the wall. Let's see how close this first ball is going to be for the Wild guys. Came off the wall and left it quite a bit short. There's a lot of room for Amatory to work with here to try to get back in this game. And it looks like Vince let go of that first ball, and it rolls nicely in for a point. Back to Bill Gullo with his first ball. Coming off the wall, curving back in, and that looks like that is in. So back and forth we go. Here's Giuseppe Castellese. Letting go. Coming off the wall as well. Looks like a little bit of a sharper angle off the wall. It's a nice ball, but it's not sure if it's quite in. They're standing over it. They're looking at it. And, yep, it looks like Wild guys are still in. Amatory's partner is calling on Giuseppe to throw another one. Coming off the wall again. And it looks like that might not have quite enough momentum. The balls are nicely clustered there. Unfortunately for Amatory, they are not in. So the pressure's really on here. Wild guys only needs 1 point to take the game. Amatory down to their final ball. And he needs to get it in because Nice Guys are sitting point right now. Lets the ball go. Vince. And it looks like it came a little too far off the wall. But, oh, a lucky ricochet there, thanks to the cluster of balls. And it looks like he just might be in. They're calling for a measurement. This is an important measurement here because if the Wild guys are in, they've won this game. They've gotten the point they need to take this game. But If Amatori's in, they live to fight another day. The Wild guys, of course, still have 2 balls they can throw in this frame to try to win it, but this is a very important measurement. So it looks like that nearest ball in the cluster is actually the closest ball. So Amatory is in, but it's not the deep ball, it's the side ball. So here we go. Wild guys shooting for the game. All they need is 1 point. Nice shallow angle off the wall, and boom, what a beautiful shot. There you go. The Wild guys. Oh, wait. We're getting a call here that says that back red from Amatory is actually the closest ball. This game is not quite over, folks. The Wild guys have 1 more ball to try to score. A lot of traffic there in front of the Polino. Looks like he's going to shoot off the wall. It's got a good angle. Does it have the right speed? Oh, just a bit long. Amatory lives to fight another day. That is 1 red, and we're set for another frame in this game. Guy throws the Polino out. Middle placement, close to the right wall. Lining up his first shot. Came off the wall nicely. It's a nice first ball from Guy of Amatory. Wild guys set for their first shot. Bill Gullo also going off the wall. Looks like it's a stick pretty close to that wall, and Amatory is still in. That ball comes off the wall. Oh, and it just misses hitting the Polino, just misses hitting the Amatory ball. And certainly, the Wild guys, to get this last point, they're going to have to earn it. And right now, they're having trouble beating the first ball of Amatory. And there you go, yet another ball squeaking just between the Polino and Amatory's ball. Wild guys down to their last shot of this frame. It's going off the wall again, seeing if he can get the pace right. Ooh, and that one just sneaks to the right of the Polino. And improbably, they were down to their final ball. If Amatory gets 2 more points, they will steal this game right from under the noses of the Wild guys. Getting some coaching here.
There we go. And I'm back.
Welcome to the booth, Milan. You have joined us at a pivotal moment in this game. The Wild guys were up 10-7 on Amatory. Amatory was down to their final point a couple of times and just squeaked out that last frame. Wild guys wasted some balls in this frame. They had 3 in a row go directly between the Polino and that right ball from Amatory.
Beautiful.
Fortunately for the Wild guys, it looks like Amatory is also having trouble closing. They are not going to get 3 points on this. Looks like they're going to get 2, but I don't think they're quite going to get 3.
And I just got called again. So Dan, it was nice seeing you. You're doing a great job.
No problem.
Your voice is very seductive.
Oh, thank you. I think that's the first time in my life I've ever been accused of being seductive.
It won't be the last.
Well, sorry you can't be here to see it, Milan. We've got a beautiful sudden death final frame here. Amatory, the Wild Guys, 10-10. Next point wins. This is what we play the game for, folks. The drama, the suspense, the intrigue. Amatory putting a nice little short Polino out there. Throwing a ball very quickly. Ooh, and he sails it, leaving a lot of room for the Wild Guys on this Polino placement. Now, it's possible that ball is going to come into play, but if the Wild Guys keep it short and keep it in control, they're definitely going to give themselves a leg up here. Beautiful first ball from the Wild Guys. That's Mike Roush laying in a beautiful first ball. Amatory, they're coaching each other up. They're talking to each other. Let's see if Giuseppe has it in him to score a point here. Looks like he's come off the wall a little bit too harshly. Giuseppe's going to get another crack at it. He's getting some more coaching. His teammates telling him to put it off the wall. He's trying to do what his teammates telling him to do. Ooh, and he just misses to the left. Does not quite hit the Wild Guys ball out. And in fact moves it closer to the Polino. One last shot at it. Ooh, and Amatory has missed. That is it. One beautiful ball from Mike Roush, and the Wild Guys take the game 11-10. So it was set up for quite the epic finish, but it ends with a whimper, not a bang. And that's all, folks. The Wild Guys take down the win for this game on Court 2 indoors. Thanks for sticking with us. Bocce Broadcasting Network Midwest. My name again is Daniel Berkowitz. We're coming to you all day from the Roma Lodge Summer Tournament 2023 in beautiful Racine, Wisconsin. We'll see you guys back for the next game. Welcome back. They're bringing the games fast and furious. We now have Trentini going against Roman Electric here on court number 2 indoors for the Roma Lodge Summer Bocce Tournament 2023. Roman Electric starting out. Polino very close to the wall. Trentini's lining it up. Looks like he's aiming just off the wall. Oh, and a beautiful first ball. A little long, but it is in. Putting it back to Roman Electric. Comes off the wall. Oh, and just misses everything. And welcoming a new announcer to our booth.
Hey friends, you got Bridget here.
Bridget, welcome to the Bocce Broadcasting Network booth. This is certainly not your first tournament you've been announcing.
It is not,
But it's your
time today.
First time today. How you feeling?
I'm doing great. I've had a great bocce weekend. Hang on, this might be my team.
Yep.
Not my team.
Right.
Yeah, Dusty and I played yesterday at the Maestros tournament. It was a blast. Thanks, Nico and Jeff, for putting on a great tournament. I laughed a lot. A lot of great people out there, a lot of new faces.
That's what it's all about, right? So we've got a Polino reset here. It's sitting just next to that first red. Oh! And Trentini coming in with a very difficult shot, giving them an opportunity to score some points here. Roman Electric down to their last ball. So how are you doing so far in this tournament, Bridget?
We won our first game. Patiently waiting to play our second. And it should be up any minute.
Were you indoors or outdoors?
We were outdoors, and I played like my favorite courts, Cleo's. So gravel.
Cleo's gravel courts in Chicago, very tricky. How there's a lot of divots, a lot of turns, a lot of twists. How do the courts out here play compared to that? Just like it.
It's a game of adaptability.
Certainly, especially if you're going to have your second game here indoors on the carpet. I'm sure you're going to have to adjust to that.
Yeah, let's hope they're outside.
Trentini throwing the last ball of the frame. And he laid it in. Ooh, just a little bit long. Looks like it's going to be 1 point red for Trentini. Nice little 1-0 first frame. Can't argue with that.
Did you give the rundown on these teams yet?
I did not. We've got Trentini versus Roman Electric. I've got the roster for Roman Electric. Have not been able to find Trentini on my scorecard. I'm not sure if they were a late joining team or what.
See, these are teams I don't know. Anybody on the chat know anything about Trentini or Roman Electric? Tell me.
We always love that engagement. Please leave comments. We love to know if you're watching, if you're interested.
As always, like and subscribe. I know there are sponsors of this tournament. We don't have the sheet of sponsors to plug them, but we're definitely going to be doing all of that. Ooh. Let's see. So we have got a short Polino placement here in this frame. Roman Electric, ooh, just missing there. We're going to line up another shot, going very quickly here. Just to the right. So Roman Electric has had to shoot 4 balls in a row. Trentini is still in. Oh, and it looks like another miss.
This is quite an opportunity for Trentini. What's your approach here, Bridget? If you're looking at this, you know you have 3 balls to play with, and this is the setup.
I mean, they still have room to point.
And it looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do. We'll see maybe if the ball sneaks into the frame there.
That looks good.
Not sure if it's in.
Oh, no, not from that
yellow.
angle. Oh, man.
But, you know, he could always bump it forward. So still got 2 balls to play with. A lot they can do here. The ball's going to approach from the left.
Do the right thing.
Ooh. Well, it knocked the yellow further away, but I don't know if it brought that front one back in. That's probably worth a measure. Apologize again. Sometimes the players and their zeal for coaching get in the way of our camera angles here. But let's look at Trentini's last ball. Goes in. They know they've got at least 1.
They're saying 2.
They're saying 2. 2 for Trentini.
Lisa, I don't know Roman Electric, but I love them too.
It's a quick 3-0 lead. Bridget loves rooting for the underdog.
I love what my fans love.
Oh, yeah? You've got fans?
I mean, I just... No, I don't have fans.
I bet you've got fans, Bridget.
I'm really only here for comedic relief most of the time.
Oh, yeah?
Actually, all of the time.
No, we appreciate your keen bocce insight and analysis. That's why you're in the booth. So Trentini sitting with a nice little 3-0 lead. Looks like they're playing close to the wall over on the left. Middle Polino placement. Just as a reminder again to folks, if you're just tuning in, these courts are a little bit unique as there's no solid back wall. There's just a piece of carpet and a pit. So you may see a lot of teams playing short, playing middle, trying not to get balls involved with that back wall because the balls can go out of the back wall and they are out of score. And if the Polino goes out back, that gets placed on a dot right in front of that back wall. So a lot of teams are playing short, trying to keep balls. Yeah, that's a beautiful ball from Roman Electric. Staying away from the wall side. Let's see what Trentini does here. Playing off the wall. Oh, comes a little bit sharply off the wall, and that's going to be passed. Looks like he's getting a little bit of coaching from his teammate. He's going to take another crack at it. Leaves this one a little bit short.
For all you ABC lovers, just won, I believe, their second game. Which is now it's just turned into Ope or Opa.
Ope.
Yeah.
That Midwestern polite exchange. Ope.
Yep. But nobody says it that way, which is hilarious, and now we just laugh about it. Now everything's Ope.
Oh, because of the Italian influence? Is that what you're saying?
That's what they kept calling the Highwood Nationals.
Well, here at the Bocce Broadcasting Network Midwest, we understand our little regional colloquialisms, and so hopefully we can keep that. There's a lot of talk going on right here. It seems like Trentini's not quite sure what they want to do with this last ball.
Adjusted your camera a little bit. Switch back to the other one and see if it's better.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a little better.
I just did it. I didn't. I gotta go play, kids. See you later.
Thanks for being in the booth, Bridget. We appreciate you.
Michael's got questions. Shooting, is it shooting discouraged? Double M, round robin.
Can you turn me off?
This tournament is a round robin tournament. We've got 8 groups of 5 teams, although some of the groups only have 4 teams, so we'll have to play another team twice. Ooh, there we go. So it looks like all of the talk from Trentini paid off. They knocked Roman Electric off, but keep in mind, Roman Electric still has 3 balls to play with. It's a tight grouping. Let's see what they can do with it. But yeah, just to answer your question, Michael, this is a round-robin tournament. 8 groups I believe 2 teams from each group are going to advance, and a straight 16-team bracket. So Roman Electric looks like they left their first shot a little short, and that's even more traffic they're going to have to contend with to try to get a ball in. It's looking around, trying to find the right angle. Ooh, a little double bump attempt. Didn't quite work out. I think Trentini is sitting on 2 here. Sitting on 2. So Roman Electric, 1 chance to get on the board here. Looks like they'll be shooting down the wall. Oh, another double bump. Looks like he took 1 point away, but Trentini still scored in that frame. 1 point to Trentini, 4-0 lead over Roman Electric. Trentini really talking a lot. You can see they rely on teamwork. Throwing that Polino quite short. And their first ball just barely taps the Polino and goes a little bit further. So Roman Electric has a little bit of room to work with to try to get it in. Nice, easy first ball from Roman Electric, and that's going to settle in nicely. Again, a little bit past the Polino, but that is in. Let's see if Trentini can find the right speed.
Geoli, O'Hara. Geoli, O'Hara.
Beautiful pace to that ball. And the pressure's back on Roman Electric. Looks like they're setting up for a bocce here. Try to move Trentini out of the way. Lets the ball go. Not a lot of pace on the ball. He's urging it to move in a different direction after it leaves his hand. Very rarely does that technique work out. And unfortunately, his ball stays a little bit right. Looks like he's going to get another shot at it. Let's see if he goes a little aggressive or what kind of line he takes. He's talking it over with his teammates on the other side of the court.
Attention, please, in Pool D. Pool D, Buon, Amici.
Now he's talking it over with his partner.
Scratch that, sorry.
And he's going for it. Ooh, and he misses. Stayed left of the red. Did not work out. Now Roman Electric down to their last ball of the frame. Going off the wall. Ooh, it did not come nearly close enough to the frame, and Trentini has got quite the open frame to work with. Let's see if they're going to take advantage of this. Joining me in the booth just now is Dave Hoffman, the Grand Poobah of Bocce Broadcasting Network Midwest. How you doing, Dave?
I'm doing fantastic. How you doing, Dan? I think my mic might be a little low. Is it? Okay, they're both good? Okay. You're doing a fantastic job with this.
Thanks. It's hard sometimes with the one-man booth. Much more comfortable with the two-man.
Well, yeah, because you get somebody to talk to. It's hard to talk to yourself.
And, you know, I can't help but think people are going to get sick of my voice all the time, so it's nice to have someone else to take off a little bit of that pressure.
So Trentini's got the lead here. How many frames have we played approximately?
I believe this is the 4th frame. Trentini so far has been winning frames, not by a lot, but they've got a nice little margin. Roman Electric, unfortunately, in this frame, took a couple chances to knock out balls and just missed. And so they sent their balls off the back of the court, as we've talked about. Looks like Trentini scored 2 there. And so now it's going to be a 6-0 lead for Trentini. Roman Electric is going to have some work to do to try to get back in this game.
So what do you think about this tournament, the strategy? The back wall is basically a gutter. How's that compared to what you're used to?
Well, I think it's making a lot of the teams play a little higher up the court than you might normally go. Me personally, when I'm playing bocce, obviously I'm used to playing on a shorter court, but I love playing long balls. But when there's that much of a risk of your balls just being wasted going off the back of the court, I think teams are much more likely to put middle placement, short placement, and just give yourself a little bit more to work with, which is what I think a lot of the teams have been doing in this tournament, at least here indoors. My understanding is the outdoor courts are playing a little slower, so maybe people are throwing a little more aggressively outdoors.
Sure, yeah, the outside courts are definitely a little slower, and I've been told that these indoor courts are sort of humidity dependent a little bit.
Interesting.
I can't distinguish it. Obviously, I'm just here on one day, but I think some people can.
I feel like a lot of times I'm humidity dependent when I'm outside, whether or not I'm going to be sweating.
I do like the bank shots are pretty consistent here on these indoor courts.
And you can see actually here on the broadcast, it looks like there's a little bit of a line going down the walls of the courts. I promise you that's not a different paint color, that's not a different stripe, that's just wear marks from the balls hitting the wall at exactly that level.
Oh, okay, on the wall.
Yeah, on the wall. Trentini doing a great job of communicating with each other across the court, with partners on both sides of the court. You do like to see that, and clearly it's paying off for them. What a beautiful ball right there. Taking the Polino, taking the doggy for a little walk there, and sitting just to the right of the Polino now. His partner clearly approves. Roman Electric is going to have trouble. I wonder whether or not this side of the court is going to try to shoot aggressively like their partners across court did. Did not pay off for their partners last frame, but maybe they have a little bit of a bigger target since the Trentini ball and the Polino are right there next to each other. Looks like he is lining up to go for it.
Soft bump, I think is what he's hoping for, but it's going to sail. I think that's going to go all the way to the gutter, too.
Stayed left.
Oh, no, not going to the gutter.
Not quite to the gutter, but I feel like his partner probably thinks he has no choice. He's going to go for it. Oh, and he overcorrected from his partner, went way left.
He's throwing his hand up. Yeah.
Not happy with that shot, clearly. And again, Trentini has an opportunity here to stack points. I think his partner's trying to say to bump the front one in. I think he waved him off, and he's just going to try to point it here.
Did you already answer Michael's questions in the chat here?
I answered the round robin chat. What was his other question there, Dave?
He's asking if people are shooting, and yes, people are shooting.
Absolutely,
I've been shooting. People are shooting outdoors. People are shooting indoors. Maybe just not on this court very much. I don't know.
Yeah. Like I said, maybe they're trying to play a little less aggressively because they're worried about that lack of a back wall. And here we go, Trentini. Ooh. All right, looks like they will take their 2 points, add to their lead.
2 for Trentini.
And we're seeing in this game what we saw on some of our earlier games.
Yeah, you've had some skunks on this court.
Yeah, the first 2 games of the day were both 11-0 skunks.
I feel like we need a big GIF that comes up after the game.
Just
of
a skunk, absolutely. I think that's a great idea. No, but I think the next 2 games that were played on this court were a lot closer. Obviously, you'd have to be because the 11-0 skunk is as bad as it gets. But, yeah, the last game we had just before this ended 10-11. It was very tight. This one, though, not a whole lot of competition. Ooh, Trentini, nice little kiss to the Polino, but didn't take it for a walk. That'll be a back wall for Trentini. Let's see if Roman Electric can take advantage of the wide circle around the Polino. Goes too long. Nice line, but a little bit too overzealous. Here comes Roman Electric's second try. That looks like it's also going to be long. Oh, not quite. It bumped that Trentini. All right.
Backboard.
So that ball is in. But again, Trentini still plenty of room to work with.
I'm guessing Roman Electric's kind of a local team.
I believe it's a local company. Yeah, they're all wearing Roman Electric shirts. I'm not sure whether or not Trentini is local, but it's not a team I'm familiar with from Chicago, from American Bocce Company.
So here at the Roma Lodge, they have a huge spread of food outside.
That's right. I saw
Italian
that.
food. They've got sausage. They've got, what else was out there?
I saw maybe the biggest bowl I've ever seen in my life, full of a tomato and onion salad that looked quite delicious. I'm sure if I ever get a chance to take a break for a meal.
I saw some people doing meatball subs, I think.
Yeah, I saw some meatball subs. Our good friend Andy Zimmerman was chowing down on a meatball sub to try to refuel between games. All right, so there's been a lot of knocking. Trentini has 2 balls to play with. Roman Electric out of balls.
Did you get the club president here on the mic yet?
We have not gotten the club president on the mic. He's been very busy, as you can hear over the loudspeaker, calling out games. They're definitely trying to move this tournament along, which you have to appreciate. As soon as games are ending, he's calling the next teams on and telling them to get going. But we definitely do want to get the club president on mic to ask him about this beautiful facility and this wonderful tournament.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of the history on it earlier today. So the club itself is celebrating 100 years this year. But this facility was built in about 1987, 88.
I believe it was the late 80s, yeah.
They moved.
Nice ball from Trentini. That's comfortably in. And they've got one last ball to play with to push Roman Electric to the brink. Lining it up. Trying to put the hammer down.
It's a little fast.
It's a little rapid. It's going to come into frame on the left here.
That's good. That's not
that came in pretty well. So there's 2 more for Trentini. And folks, if Roman Electric is going to do something and put up a fight, they'd better start now because these games are played to 11 points.
As I like to say, there's time because there's no timers. And
there's time because there's no time.
1 point at a time.
1 point at a time. That's right. The good news for Roman Electric is there's no way they can lose this game unless they give up 1 final point. So still within the realm of possibility for them to fight back here, but it would be quite the uphill journey, especially after that nice first ball from Trentini.
That's a good ball.
Leaving it about a foot, 18 inches in front. Nice what you want to do. His partners across the court clearly approve. And here we go. Roman Electric, the pressure's on.
Just a reminder to our viewers, remember to hit that like button on this video. Helps us with the YouTube algorithms. And if you like what you see, subscribe to the channel. And you can turn on your notifications if you want to know when we're live.
So Trentini, even though they've got a 10-point lead, it looks like they still want to talk it over. You know, they've definitely been one of the more communicative teams we've had, certainly on this court today. It's worked out for them so far. I guess they're not messing with the formula. They're pretending like, hey, don't sit on our laurels. Let's just play every frame as if it's nothing. So after that mid-court conference, Trentini's ready to go for their second ball.
Going to play it on the right side. Oh, it's curving in. It's going to be a bump.
It's curving back. Ooh,
and it's a bump.
It's a bump. And here we go.
I wonder
one,
if
maybe
Roman
two for
Electric's
Trentini.
going to shoot here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best possible play is to walk that Polino back a little bit. I don't know if Roman Electric has quite had the precision to make that happen. And it looks like they're not going to do it here. As you see, they went off a little bit left and quite short what they needed to pull off that kind of play. 2 more balls for Roman Electric to make something happen here.
Versus Highwood 4. Undefeatable versus Highwood 4.
So we are right under a speaker, so you hear all the announcements just like we do.
Yeah, we apologize for the audio interference, but they have a tournament to run. It can't be helped. Oh, that was a beautifully paced ball. If it would have hit the Polino clean, I think they would have been set up really nicely for a couple of points. As it is, they went just left, and the pressure is still on. If Roman Electric does not score here, this game is over, folks.
A little mid-throw advice here. Let's see what happens.
He lets it go. I don't know if that's going to have the pace to make it down. Yeah, and as you see, it
might be ball game.
Did not make it
ball
there.
Game. Handshakes all
That
around.
is the third 11-0 skunk of the day on this court. I'm going to start calling this the skunk court.
The skunk court, no kidding.
That is an 11-0 victory for Trentini over Roman Electric. And, you know,
There's probably a whole YouTube of skunk videos we can pull up.
I think
put on the screen.
I smell a montage that you might be putting together at the end of this tournament. But anyway, thank you everybody for joining us.
Yeah.
We are going to take a brief break as we get ready for the next game here. You know, the one advantage of all these skunk games is the play's moving, the court's moving, at least out here. So we'll see if that trend continues. But thanks everybody for tuning in, and we will be back.
Yeah, and find us on Instagram. Find us on online. There's our Instagram handle. So we will be right back.
Against St. Ambrosio, number 3, indoor court number 2. Indoor court number 2. Buon Amici versus St. Ambrosio number 3. You will be on TV, so no pressure. Okay.
Do all 3 of us. Yeah. You want to do the booth? Yeah. All right. So it's Rick. What's his last name? Put him on the chair. He'll introduce himself. Ask him to. I'm just going to ask him.
Once it comes on, I'm going to try to get a picture of you two.
Yeah.
And then I'll come sit down.
Sure.
Trying to take a lot of pictures of people in the booth so that, like, at the end of the year, we can
Put a
bring them
comment.
together.
Yeah. Oh, do we know what game is we should set up? He said Buon Amici, and are you guys Buon Amici? Or?
No, we're
St. Ambrosio. Got it. And which would you help me out? Who's who?
I'm Scott.
Scott. Okay. Hat.
This is VJ.
VJ. Got it. Pink shorts. What? Red, pink, whatever.
Hey, whatever works for you.
And then your teammates?
Red shirt is Zach.
Okay.
Dan will get you to introduce yourself in a moment.
Ken.
The white shirt.
Got it.
That's up to you. It's
He's
not on
Canadian.
you.
You can say that.
Got it.
I'm going to do a quick picture.
Extra bonus points. This is so good, you guys are doing.
No, appreciate it. And then, sorry, you guys over here, can we get the names for you guys? Buon Amici?
Sorry, what?
Buon Amici? And are you Pat or Julie or Tracy or Val? Tracy. Okay, sorry.
One of those, right?
Yeah. And teammate? Julie.
So they say, oh, what a lovely shot by Julie. Oh, my gosh. Could you believe that shot?
And your teammates across the way? Pat's black. Yeah.
And Pat has the
Pat has the white shirt? White shirt. So Val is the black shirt? Okay. Anyway. Ready? Here, go ahead and put the headset on. Yeah. Welcome back to all our viewers, to the Bocce Broadcasting Network. We have a special treat here as we begin our next game between Buon Amici and San Ambrosio number 3. Would you please introduce yourself and tell us what your role is here today?
I'll be happy to do that. My name is Rick Bonanno, and my role here today is to keep the scoreboard pretty organized here. So
There you go. That's a good role to have.
make sure that we got the teams flowing and announcing the teams that are up, and you know, it seems like it's chaotic, but it really isn't. If you look at how we structure this, today we have basically 8 pools of 5 teams each. So we actually have 8 tournaments going on at
the
one
round
time.
robin,
Yeah,
and
the
then
round
the
robin.
bracket's going to start. How many teams go into the bracket?
16.
16 teams in
We'll
the
take
bracket.
the first 2 teams, and they'll be seeded going to the single elimination tournament then.
First 2 from each group.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
But, I just want to tell you guys first that, from Roma Lodge's viewpoint, we couldn't thank you enough for being here, for
thanks.
taking the
Thanks for having
effort
us.
to come to our facility and set up your equipment and just take part in what we're doing here. The Italians have 2 things. We've got food and we've got bocce. So, we think we're doing pretty good on both counts,
Yeah,
bocce
well,
and the food.
That's certainly been demonstrated here today. We appreciate your hospitality. You've been so kind to us to open your doors. And as we try to grow this game of bocce and grow our audience, we're certainly helpful and glad to have you as a partner.
Thank you.
So how long have you been involved with the Roma Lodge here in Racine?
I've been a member of Roma Lodge for 47 years.
47 years. So
Yeah.
that's before this facility was built.
Right. As you know, all the Italian organizations, they started out as mutual aid societies. So if you look at the major immigration of Italians between 1880 and about 1920, they immigrated from various parts in Italy, mainly the south, like Calabria and Basilicata, Sicily, etc. So they came in either through Ellis Island, New York, or in the case of my great-grandfathers on my dad's side, they came through New Orleans. So that was another port of entry. So anyway, when they came over, as you know, there was very little social programs for these immigrants. They lacked, job skills, language, financial resources, etc. So what they did was they banded together into what they call mutual aid societies back at that time, early 1900s. We have a hall of history out here as you walk into the members area.
I saw it, yeah.
And you'll see pictures of some of those mutual aid societies. In Racine, there were 7 of them. And I'm proud to say my 2 great-grandfathers are up there in one of the mutual aid societies, which they were, some of the founding members of what we know as Roma Lodge. So anyway, after about 19, so the mutual aid societies, helped each other. You actually had to take physicals in order to join.
Sure.
Okay, because they paid unemployment benefits, death benefits. They just helped out, as the name implies.
So you have to prove you're
mutual
Italian.
aid. Yeah. Yep. So anyway, so the mutual aid societies then evolved into the Roma Lodge as we know it, and we were chartered as Order Sons of Italy, Roma Lodge, number 1196 in 1923. So this year is our 100th anniversary. So this is a big year for us. And then Roma Lodge started 1923, like I said. We built a building, our first building, over in the old Italian section of Racine in 1950.
Closer to the harbor, or
no, that was it's near. There's a it was near all the malleable iron foundries and all that low-skilled labor. Rain Fair. My grandfather worked at Rain Fair as well, and that center, housed the church, and the center was where they lived, the church, the grocery stores, and the club.
Okay.
So we built the club out there.
And did that club have bocce?
Yes, but outside.
Outside.
Okay.
How many courts? Two
courts only.
2 courts only. And
Right.
We've
so
got 8 here.
We have 8. Yeah, and it's great. And I'll move along a little bit but anyway, so we started. We built a new building in 1950, 2 outdoor courts, and we then built this in 1986.
Okay.
So 86. And it was interesting because when we first built the building, none of this existed here. Just the front area with one hall that we rented out and ran bingo in and rented out for weddings and things. The other hall was our bocce court.
Okay.
So we had 4 indoor bocce courts, which were in ground. Okay, and they didn't last too long because nobody really calculated the moisture that would be coming up from the floor, and it ruined the ceiling.
No kidding.
So we basically filled that in with concrete, made that another hall for rent, and then we built on this addition, which includes a hall of history, boardroom, card room. We have a members' kitchen, members' lounge, and then the nice patio out here too that you guys see. So we're very proud of the facility.
It's a great place to hang out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're happy you're here.
You mentioned moisture. Somebody was mentioning earlier that sometimes these indoor courts play a little differently depending on the humidity of the day. Have you found that in your experiences playing here?
Well, I'm not that discerning of a bocce player, actually. I just try to do the scoreboard as best as I can. Once in a while, you'll see me on the bocce court.
Somebody told me that to intimidate me.
Once in a while, you'll see me on the bocce court, but not very often.
Okay. So you haven't found in your own personal play that the humidity of the day has affected your shot.
But we have players here that think that if they really turn down the heat, really make it cool, it's better for their style of play. So sometimes you'll come in here and
the
it's
AC,
freezing cold.
The AC is a dehumidifier, so maybe there is something to that.
Anything to get a little edge in bocce. You gotta game the system.
Psychological or physical.
Right. Yeah, that's right. So anyway, we're real proud of the facility. A lot of guys did some heavy lifting to get us here in years past, but we are very proud of it.
So how long have you guys been running a summer bocce tournament?
This is our 40th annual, I believe.
Okay.
40th annual.
Yeah, 40 years we've been running it.
And you have nearly 40 teams participating today.
Yeah, this is a nice turnout for us. We really should have 4 more courts. If we had 4 more courts, this pool play would would go pretty well. It's going really nicely this morning.
Yeah, I have to say you guys have been doing a good job of getting people on the courts, getting the games rolling, and maybe we have a warped view of this because 3 of the 5 games I've called here have been 11-0 Skunks, and those obviously move a little faster than your more traditional 10-9 Squeakers.
Right. No, that's good. But yeah, we're toying with that idea. We used to have, when we have tournaments in the past, we played some on the grass.
Okay.
And that gets a little problematic because you got a lot of different variations in the lawn.
I heard from one of the members earlier today that you're considering extending these courts. They're 72 feet, and extending the courts so that you could potentially host the Nationals here.
We want to. We want to do that, and we are making. We're going through a bunch of fact finding now. We know Danny Basaglia. A lot of guys from the Bocce, USBF, yeah. Those guys are great guys. We love them, and we always had a vision of having a national tournament here if we could.
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, we've got the manpower here. We've got the volunteers and the passion and desire to do that. We've got great members here, and they really step up on events like this. They just love being at Roma Lodge and really making a good effort for the club. And
how many members do you have?
We've got over 350 right now.
Fantastic.
Yeah. But when I served as president, from 2013 to 2017, it's a little sad. We try to drive new membership, but then we're losing 6, 7, 8 guys a year. Just they pass away, and it's a little sad. So, but we're trying to replace those. But you never replace them. There's a lot of ghosts around here. When you think of it.
Are you hoping maybe Bocce can make a connection with some of the younger generation to bring in new members? Is that part of the effort here?
We sure hope so. That, like I said, we've got food in Bocce. So when I joined way back when, they had a softball team too. And that was way back in the 70s when softball was really popular. In Racine we had 700 men's teams and like 300 women's teams back in the highlight of that. So that's why I joined Roma Lodge at that point to play softball. And other than that, my dad just came up to me and said, "Rick, here's your application. Sign it and get it back to me. You're joining." I went, "Okay." So, but if you look over on court 4, we've got a young team right there. They're in the white shirts.
That's right. That looks like the next generation coming up.
Yeah, and those guys are good players too.
Are they really?
Oh yeah.
You see them a lot playing. Do you think they have any kind of home court advantage playing here?
We can maybe pan over to those guys real quick.
They might.
Let me see.
Take the other camera, maybe.
Other one?
Yeah.
There we
See,
go.
it looks like they're waiting for
maybe I'm wrong.
Looks like they're waiting for a team to come.
Let's take a look at camera 2. Pan over to the next generation.
There you go.
Next generation.
Actually waiting their next opponent.
Well, isn't it refreshing just to see them not on their phones, not on TikTok?
Now
I'm going to
sound on YouTube.
Not on YouTube like we are right now.
Yeah, you're correct. Those kids are love the club. I know their dad and their grandfathers, and they're just and their uncles. They're really good kids.
Yeah. Well, if they're spending their Sunday playing bocce, clearly, they know what they're doing,
and they want to be here. It's not like their dad said, "Hey, you're playing bocce today," and no, they want to develop their own team. They want to do as well as they can.
So you're saying watch out for them if they make it in elimination rounds. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
They'll probably make it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I've heard you have a winter tournament too. What month is that? January?
That varies. It might run. I think we had it in February one time, March. It just depends when we got it. It's no one date.
Sure.
We've also held singles tournaments here too.
Okay.
We crowned a singles champion a couple years in a row there. I remember when back when we did it a few years ago. It was good. And we're thinking about a doubles tournament and anything to play bocce.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's really pretty fun.
Singles tournament sounds very intimidating.
Singles tournament was. I mean, we had, in fact, the champion and the runner-up are here, and I don't know if they're talking to each other to this day, after.
Oh, some hurt feelings
8
after that
years.
singles tournament?
No, I'm just kidding. There was real good competition there, and they were competitive. But no,
certainly.
they're buddies. I'm just kidding.
I'm sure it's all in good fun.
You know that. Just kidding.
Well, should we take a look at Court 3?
Yeah, let's check in.
Court 2?
Yeah, let's check in with this game. We got an update. Yeah, sorry. Looks like we've got Buon Amici. Oh, sorry. What's the... Yeah, Buon Amici. Just want to make sure I get the spelling right. I keep doing that.
So while Dan's keying in the scoreboard. Oh.
And it looks like we've got
2-0 green.
Yeah, 2-0 green. Looks like San Ambrosio is up 2-0 on Buon Amici.
And we've got 1 green in right now. That red one looks a little short. So what can you tell us about these players here? I actually played this team, Buon Amici, and they beat us outside earlier today. Good team. We were 9-9, and then they got the last couple points, got the best of us. Buon Amici is Tracy and...
Tracy, Val, Julie, and Pat. And Santa Ambrosio is VJ, Scott, Zach, and Kent. Looks like Kent is lining up in this shot.
Yeah, I don't know these guys that well.
Oh, these aren't local teams?
Buon Amici is, but I know Pat is like recognized. I don't really know how they play. So I can't give you much color on those teams. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That's all right.
You can comment on the gameplay here.
Yeah, we'll talk about this. We've got 3 yellow balls in right now.
Very good.
Yeah, and right now San Ambrosio is just trying to stack points, looks like.
Yeah.
Opportunity for a casino. We call it a casino down in the city.
Down in Chicago, 4 balls in 1 frame.
That's a
We
4.
known as a casino, and they certainly have gotten that casino.
Boy, another 11-0 game.
I tell you what, there's something about this court, Rick.
I think people are afraid to be on camera.
I think some people are nervous, and
yeah, it's strange. How do you guys like the multicolored balls there?
Looking great.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Oh, good.
Do you prefer playing with a traditional red and green, or do you like the multicolor?
I do, although I'm kind of an old guy now, old school.
Yeah.
Some of our older members came in when we first put those out and go, "What in the heck are those? What is going on here?"
Yeah.
Well, the red and green ones outside are hard to distinguish in some lighting.
Right.
So you have to walk up and look. Is that red or green?
Yeah. And I think in the old days, if I remember right, all the balls were basically looked the same after a while, but there was like a groove cut in the opposite one. Yeah.
San Ambrosio is getting low. We've got VJ La Rosa letting go of the Polino. Looks like a nice middle placement there. A little bit on the right side. He's bending his knees. He's getting low.
And Rick, you've got Joyce Anzalone,
yeah.
Saying, Rick, good commentary on the Roma Lodge.
Oh, thank you. Thank you,
Joyce.
Oh, Joyce, that's John's wife.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Let's
John's
see who else
he's
is
the
in.
grandpa of the kids over there in the white.
VJ just kissing the Polino, leaving his ball a little bit long.
All right, here's Tracy stepping up. I know Tracy because they smoked us outside earlier.
It's always the best way to be introduced to someone with them beating you savagely in a game of bocce.
Right, yeah. And it looked like she was a lefty, huh? Or am I looking at this backwards?
Tracy's a lefty.
Tracy's a mancina. They call her mancina in Italian.
Oh, yeah? What does that translate to?
Lefty.
There you go. Heard it here first.
In fact,
You gonna give us an Italian lesson?
well, my mother could. I'll give you a little one. But in fact, when the board that I served with, I was conducting a meeting one day, and I saw the treasurer was left-handed.
It's a beautiful ball there from Buon Amici.
The vice president was left-handed. Other guys were, and I said, you know what, guys? Why don't we get a Bocce team? I'm left-handed. Let's get a Bocce team. We call ourselves Le Mancini, the lefties. And they said, okay. So we played one year. We got beat almost every game. But that's the way it is.
You know, it can be a nice advantage having a lefty on your team. Certain shots, certain angles. It's easier to pull off if you're a lefty.
Yep.
But it gave you a story to tell.
Hey, you know. Yeah, a little story.
Ooh. And San Ambrosio kicks the field goal on that one, getting right between the Polino and the high ball from Buon Amici. VJ coming up to shoot again at that bend in his knee, get real low.
And he like winds up too like a pitcher.
He does. It's sort of the Craig Kimbrell when he's got that arm out there.
Yeah, he's got that thing going.
Pointing in. I think that ball's going a little left.
Ball's curving a little bit to the left. Looks like it has a good pace to it. That might be in, or it might have gone a little too far. They're walking up to measure. Yeah, it looks like Buon Amici is still in. So we're going to get one last ball from San Ambrosio in this frame.
It's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Get up, go.
Not quite enough pace on that ball. So
But Amici's trying to get on the board.
they've got 2 balls to play with. They've got a point here. Let's see how many they can stack by the end of this frame.
There's the lefty.
Tracy, the lefty.
The lefty. She's up there.
Lemoncini.
Yeah, look at she's positioning herself perfectly for her left-handed shot, it looks like, and it's a good release.
Okay, so Dan, what are the odds that
Left it short.
Oh.
Sorry, what was that, Dave?
Oh, never mind. It was going to be a bad question. I was about to say, what are the odds that we go 11-0 again? But
well,
it's about to be.
Buon Amici would really have to hurt themselves here, considering they've got point right now. But I mean, look, we've already had 3, and what are the odds on that in any given day? Unless something catastrophic happens here, I think Buon Amici is going to at least be on the board. Let's see. She lets go. A little bit of pace to that one.
Going off the wall.
Bank it in. No.
Not quite. But
that's one.
They are going to get one.
All
they are going to
right.
be on the board.
Wow, that's excellent.
So, Rick,
yes.
Of all the local teams that are playing in this tournament, are there any you want us to keep our eyes on as a potential contender?
You got a lot of sleepers out here. A&W is a good team.
A&W.
Yeah.
One of our sponsors. Thank you so much
They're
to
a
the wonderful
good team.
people and all that frosty root beer at A&W.
Oh, yeah. Any Given Sunday's a good team. Heartless is a good team. Heartless has Tom Garbo on the team. He's very good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Dave Chiapetti's a real good bocce player, too. He's on Any Given Sunday.
Don't think we've had those teams on this court yet, but looking forward to seeing them hopefully in the elimination rounds.
Yeah, oh yeah.
San Ambrosio with a beautiful ball just past the Polino. A little bit of a backstop there. Looks like that was thrown by Zach Smith.
A little spicy there.
Yeah,
spicy meatball.
She wasn't happy with that one, you could tell as soon as she released it.
That's how I feel about most of my balls.
Hey, but are you having fun?
Oh, heck yeah.
See,
I played really well outside, and then it came inside, and it's
it left you.
different. And I'm not complaining. I'm just saying my performance wasn't good.
Well, just come over and say, "Hey, Rick, just schedule me outside all the time."
No.
He's not looking for any advantages like that.
Okay, good.
I want to get good on these courts in here.
All right.
So, Dave, now that you've played on these indoor courts, did you have to contend at all with the lack of a back wall?
The lack of a back wall at the gutter, it doesn't change the strategy too much unless you're trying to shoot the Polino back there and get it on the dot. But it did come into play on, I think, 2 of our frames. We had a couple balls sail long and fall into the gutter. But that's, I guess, the same as hitting the back wall and being pulled.
Yeah.
So these are beautiful courts. They roll really true.
Thank you.
Consistent speed on the carpet, and there's a little high spot on one of our courts that we found, and we use it to our advantage, or peril, and in some of the frames. So it's great. I love it.
Very good. Thank you.
Dan, we're going to have to get you to play next year.
Yeah,
bring that debauchery team of yours.
I could try to do that, certainly.
Debauchery.
Yeah, that's our team name. I realize it's not the most creative name. I'm sure there's a million debauchery teams, bocce teams across the country, but
or 1,000,001.
Well, 1,000,001. We've had the name for so long, it would feel wrong to play under any other name.
You got to keep it then.
Yeah. But yeah, no, this being my first experience with the Bocce Broadcasting Network, I definitely just wanted to focus on learning as much as I could here. And so far it's been great. Dave's been instrumental and helpful, and it's been a really well-run tournament and a lot of fun to broadcast. So it looks like San Ambrosio is counting up their score. They're going to score at 3. So San Ambrosio taking a 9-1 lead. And we may be in the last couple of frames here.
By the way, Rick, thanks for sending over so many people to help us get set up this morning and put this table up for us.
Good.
Well, everything went smoothly. The Wi-Fi's great.
Good.
We were streaming yesterday in Mount Prospect, Illinois.
Okay.
And the Wi-Fi worked in the morning, and it didn't work in the evening when the championships were on. So
oh no.
We're gonna post that game on Wednesday. We just recorded it instead. But yeah, everything's going great here for the broadcast and everything.
Well,
Thank
that's
you so
good.
much.
Well, it's the least we can do to help out, and we appreciate all your efforts coming here, setting up, and everything you guys do. So I think we make a good team.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hope you'll have us back.
Well, we want you to come back. Sure. Just come over anytime.
That's that Italian hospitality.
Yeah, please.
Buon Amici is trying to find some way back in this game. That ball's going to come out, it looks like.
Yep.
That's a great
Perfectly
ball.
paced just to the left of the
See if we
Polino.
get a shot here. Get our replay set up just in case. You're fine. No.
All right. San Ambrosio lining up. VJ La Rosa.
Is he going to take a shot at it, you think, or is he just going to roll in for point?
Maybe. There's some space there, so it's hard to say. I haven't seen any other shots this
He's talking it over with his partner, Scott.
Looks like it's going to be point.
Yeah. He did.
Oh, and he just
nicked it.
nudged.
Let's see if we can get an instant replay on that.
Oh, and even in slow motion for you.
Oh, it's slow motion.
Oh, it's going very slow.
Yeah, it's a little too slow. I don't think I can speed.
Oh, hold on. No, not sure. Sorry, folks. Having a few technical difficulties with it.
So that was almost a changeup. You thought he was just going to come in for point.
And apparently, Buon Amici can hit back.
Yeah. But it looked like he was going to point that ball, and he boched it.
That's right. Nobody's calling. Not sure whose throw it is. Looks like San Ambrosio is lining up to take the next shot.
So Michael Chaldone told me that my microphone is a little low. So which one is it plugged into?
It's plugged into...
I'm guessing I'm number 2 or number 3.
Number 3. It's all the way up.
All the way up? Okay. I'll leave it as is. We can adjust 3 and 4 over here.
That's a beautiful shot right on the Polino from Scott San Ambrosio. Buon Amici is going to have to try to answer that, and it's going to have to be darn near perfect, and that ball just does not quite get there. So Buon Amici is going to have one more shot at it, and if they don't score here, I believe San Ambrosio has one ball left to try to score 2 and end this game. So this is a critical shot here for Buon Amici. And she just misses to the left. So San Ambrosio here, VJ La Rosa has a chance to shoot for the game. They've got 1 point in. If he scores here, that will be game over. Nice pace on it. Looks like it's going to settle just in there. That's 2 points.
That's a ball game.
San Ambrosio takes it down, 11-1. So not a skunk, but the closest thing you're going to get.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Rick, for joining us.
You know, you guys, it's been my pleasure to be here with you. It's been fun. And, again, welcome to Roma Lodge. We'd love to see you guys here in the future. And we'll do everything we can to promote Bocce with you guys.
Thanks. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And
Take care.
Thanks to our audience. We will be back shortly. end up being green or red? I see swap. All right, perfect.
Swap.
Perfect.
Which one's one? One's here?
But it won't swap the score.
Is it?
Right. Are you playing or are you in?
You want me in?
Yeah, be in. Especially for a game where I actually know.
Everyone?
Well, I don't know the AEW first, but
I prefer for my face to leave.
yeah. Rick mentioned he's one of the good teams playing.
I know Jim Silvani, Joe Buscemi, Steve's brother.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think these guys are? Like Haitian or something?
Probably. Polish.
Polish, yeah. Silvansky, Bushemski, Lepardsky.
Part check.
Just had the ski.
Tier check.
Joseph, Josef.
Hey, are you guys A&W? What's, who's who?
Oh, I'm Pat. Joe Apari is here.
Pat, Joe.
Alright, Pat's got the scratch. Joe's got the scratch. There's two Joes there.
Yeah.
Joe, what's your last name?
Perry.
Thank you. You want to just run talking? You want to just do talking on camera?
Yeah, absolutely.
Give you a break at least on that?
Yes, please. Thank you. And then, sorry, Pat, your partner's then. Who's got the mustache?
Joe,
Who's got the mustache?
bald head.
Yeah.
Joe Buscemi.
Got it.
And by elimination, I have one guess who the last guy is. Oh, it's Jim. Hello. All right, folks.
Welcome back in.
We got another game as we're slowly approaching the end of round robin. Chicago team Sticky Bandits Worldwide versus A&W Restaurant. Opening up for the point, Sergio Santillan, and a very good opening point indeed. Wrong button.
Sticky Bandits.
Starting off sticky.
With a halo. Now, we had Rick from here at the Roma Lodge with us last game, if you were watching, and he mentioned that A&W was one of the better teams here locally, so I think Sticky Bandits are going to have to watch out for these wily veterans on A&W.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think the last year in this tournament, A&Ws were the runners-up, and I think the Highwood team took it.
Okay.
And that was with Frank DeLuca and a few others. I love Frank. I got to play with him in St. Louis. Always a pleasure to play with someone with 60 years of experience.
Absolutely. So Joe Buscemi's lining up for a shot to try to knock Sticky off of the Polino.
And I like this idea. So they have a good sitting point that maybe will knock Polino back, but I don't know. It looks like they're just electing to cover.
Oh, nice little tap there.
Great tap. Opened it wide up.
He didn't score the point, but he made it easier for the next shooter. Smart play there from A&W.
That was a little short. Wall ate a lot of speed on that one. It looked pretty good for a second, and then.
Yeah.
Did we figure out replay yet, or no?
Excuse me?
Is the replay still in slow motion?
The replay is still in slow motion. We tried it last game, and
so I think if we hit the 5 button, replay, enter 5, it should go slow motion or get out of slow motion. There you go.
There you go. Sure did. That'll be helpful.
Thanks, Mike. And good point in there for A&W, but with 3 balls left, this is why ball advantage is always so important, right?
Yeah.
They can essentially take 3 cracks at this ball if they want.
And Dave is signaling to his partner, Chris, down there that the wall is pretty much in. So
Well, he's taking a shot. I like the call.
And Chris lets one go.
Great.
Ooh, unfortunately,
Do it
got
again.
Caught up. First ball, but yeah, if he connects squarely on the second one, he can leave it wide open.
Yep.
For that last ball.
And that's what they've committed to shooting it. It's a very difficult point to beat because you don't know how far it's going to break off the wall.
That's right.
We haven't seen much wall action yet. I like another shot. He hit it. I think if he didn't clip the edge of that ball, I think he was going to hit it. So, yeah, there you go. Great call.
Well, Chris is lining up for another shot.
Missed it wide.
Ooh.
I don't mind the
To
third
the
shot.
right. Well, they've got one ball left, and they have to score a point here. Don't have much option, do they?
Right? They're in for second point, so risk-reward. The risk of missing, they give up one. Reward, they get one.
That's right. So in this situation, you would definitely point it. Looks like Sergio's taking the more conservative tack.
I don't mind it. I think it's going to fall into the yellow, though. He might sneak in.
Just past the yellow.
I mean, a little too spicy.
But, yeah, the
Good try.
momentum carried it out. I like a good idea, but, yeah, went just wide.
Yeah, and that's especially if he hasn't been their shooter today. It's a big ask for someone to come in on game 3 or 4 and shoot their first ball.
So that's 1 point to A&W. They take the early lead. And they have control of the Polino for this second frame.
So good start. I think we're going to see a pretty good game here. The key for the Sticky Bandits, I think, a fairly newer team, is to not play A&W's game, but slow down and play their game. Don't get caught up in trying to do what they're doing. They know these courts. I don't think you want to try to get in like a wall ball game against them. They know the wall better than anyone else here.
I think that's right. They definitely do have a home court advantage.
Case in point right away.
Perfect ball right there. Chris is letting his teammates, Dave and Ala,
there we go,
know what the range is.
Bocce bunch any given Sunday. Indoor court 3. Bocce bunch any given Sunday.
Ala's lining up to take the first shot for Sticky.
I think that's a good pace. It might be a little too early on the wall. It's going to eat up some of that speed.
Yeah, and sure enough, it did not have the momentum to make it down, and it came off the wall a little bit too much.
Yeah.
So now they're talking it over. It looks like Dave is going to take the next shot.
Well, every time you do a wall ball, you have to figure out what distance you're losing going left to right and add that to your point speed. So if you can't roll a point speed ball if you're using wall. It actually has to be like you're moving it up a few feet in your head.
Dave lets one fly and just misses to the right.
Very fortunate he missed his own ball there, though, too.
Yeah.
Don't want to clear yourself out early.
No, that would be taking potentially 2 balls off the court instead of just 1. So Sticky playing with a pretty aggressive risk profile early on in this game. Do you think that's playing into A&W's hands?
I like aggressive early, conservative late. Take chances, always analyze risk reward. That's going to work out perfectly.
Oh, there you go. Dave's second ball, much better.
Sorry.
Got in.
Sometimes I get locked into the game. I actually prefer not seeing the court when I'm broadcasting because then it forces me to stare at the screen.
Stare and see what our audience is seeing.
Yeah, I got prime seat in the house for this game.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'll get it together, folks.
Yeah. If you switch cameras, you'll be able to see Milan there, and even me. So.
The speed looks good. Give it a little nudge. And that might be in.
Go snuck a little behind. Let's see what the call is.
Always, if you're not sure, get the tape.
Yeah. Looks like they might need it for this one.
Get the tape.
They're looking for the tape. Chris is the lucky one to find it, and they're going to measure for this.
Yep.
A&W, I believe, still has 3 balls left to throw, so they could really stack the points here if they're already in.
Nice socks there by Chris. What's the call? Still measuring. I think the call was one red, unless I'm mistaken. Oh, no, it was one yellow, but they're out of balls.
Yellow, okay. Will be interesting to see what A&W does here, whether they take an early ball and try to knock some of those reds.
They got a nice backboard, but the danger here, too, obviously, is you don't want to sell.
Yeah. We're seeing some court chatter from Court 1 spill over onto the broadcast.
Some controversy in Court 1. Got it. Oh, yeah. In 10 minutes? All right. I told the team of kids to come to
So A&W is still talking over their strategy here. We'll see if it ends up paying off for them.
Yeah.
Sticky also taking this opportunity to talk a little bit across the court, get back on the same page. Still early in the game, but this could get away from them if A&W stacks a lot of points here.
That's a very good line if it falls in. I think he's going to be a little short there.
Perfect line, but good idea.
Needed it to roll about a foot more. He was right there, though.
We'll see if they can make the adjustment.
I like it now. You can be a little more aggressive now if you take the same line, because if you bump your ball, it's probably going to work out for two.
Yeah.
And that's I think he stayed a little too far out. Not going to get there. Right idea.
And again, leaves it not enough momentum.
It's always interesting, though, with the ball advantage, whether or not you choose to roll in on a difficult point or maybe take a shot and create some real estate for yourself. They definitely elected to try to point in on this pretty hard point. So great defense by Sticky Bandits. That one might do it, though, if it fell in far enough.
They're calling that just one.
Just one.
Okay.
So one for A&W, 2-0.
So
game.
They've got 2 frames they've won, but they only have 2 points on the board.
A couple
still
of missed
very
opportunities.
early.
A lot of balls there.
So the first shot here of this third frame. You'll see that ball coming into frame from A&W. Slightly off the wall. Looks to be within about 2 feet. Sticky leaves their first ball short. Sergio probably would want that one back. Chris is going to take a whack at it. And that ball looks like it's going to go a little bit too far. Right idea, but just carried a little too much momentum.
Yeah. So, just looking through the chat a little bit. So every time we do a stream, we've been doing trial and error a little bit with this, and it's a pretty good point there by Chris. We initially, when we first started streaming, we're trying to cover. We were trying to cover as many courts as possible, and what we found is that it gets very confusing. It's super difficult for us to maneuver the cameras from left to right, court to court. So what we've decided to do with these broadcasts, until we get more people and more cameras, we feature one court. We don't know who's playing ever on it, and that's basically the decision-making for the thing. So for anyone watching that wants to see a specific team, we apologize if we do not cover it. It's not intentional. We try to do our best. We'll keep you guys updated on the bracket standings once the pool play is complete. But like I said, we just committed to cover court 2, and that's just what we're going to do today.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the equipment we have and the personnel we have, that's what we got to do. But obviously, as the teams winnow themselves out, we'll be covering, one of the semifinals, the finals. So the big important matches will be covered on the Bocce Broadcast Network. Well, A&W
might be a
looks
gutter
like
ball.
They carried a little bit too far, and it's just staying on the
Looks
court.
like it's right on the nail.
So Sergio has last licks. One final ball. Looks like Sticky has 1 point. He could tie the game up right here.
Speed's
This
looking
ball's
good.
good.
It's got to die a little.
Come off the
Either that
wall.
or give yourself a backboard. Do not hit the. Ooh.
And it carried a little bit too far.
A little spicy. I like the aggressive. You don't want to be short on that.
But they'll take 1 point, and Sticky Bandits is on the board.
Cuts the lead in half.
Tight game here.
I think we're gonna see a good one. Most teams now have 2-3 games under their belts, adjusted to the courts, adjusted to the speed. I think we're gonna see much tighter, much better games. As always, it goes in tournament play.
I think you're right. So Ala takes the Polino, throws it out for Sticky.
All right.
Looks like a nice pace on that ball.
Looks a little fast. Might go right past.
Ooh, just passed. Oh.
Just passed, but a good ball.
Certainly not going to be an easy point for A&W.
Oh, he's going to want that one back.
Looks like he went off to the right.
Yeah. Twisted his hand a little. That'll happen. Notice usually a correction for when you're pointing, if you're dropping balls to the left or the right, usually means you're looking up at the very last second and not making sure you're throwing straight.
Joe Lapari lets his first shot go. Looks like the right line, but I don't know if there's enough pace on that one, and it's not quite going to get there. So Pat's standing again, taking his second shot. Getting low to the ground.
Good pace on that one.
Good pace.
Looks
A
like he's
little
gonna
bit to the
leak,
right.
Leak outside.
That might be in. Let's see. They're taking a look at it. Maybe not quite.
Pretty close. Looks like the call is 1 A&W.
1 A&W, all right. Let's see who takes the shot for Sticky Bandits here. Dave and Ala talking it over.
They got 3 balls to 1. I like. Oh, looks like he's going for the point. I thought he was going to shoot.
Dave releasing from his shoelaces.
Good line. I don't think it's got the pace.
Yeah. Not enough momentum.
And now you took that line away.
Chris giving some coaching cross court. Dave is going to line up and take another shot at it.
Cross court's a difficult shot here simply because you have to get over center line. If you don't, it's going to leak back to the right.
Dave gave it a little bit more pace, but it looks like it went left on him, and all it did was knock A&W even closer. He's going to want that one back.
Yeah.
Looks like we have a question in the chat. Lauren McDermott, thanks for tuning in, McD. How many teams? Somewhere between 35 and 40.
37.
There's 37 exactly. Thank you, Milan, for the assist on that. Yeah, it's 8 pools of 5 teams each, but not every pool has all 5 teams. Ooh, Ala. There was a lot of traffic there, and she didn't hit a single ball.
Lucky she didn't hit that one red because that would have been 2 yellow.
Yeah. So A&W with last licks here. They're talking it over.
They got a tough spot. It's a tough spot to point into. Looks like they're calling for a wall ball shot here. Let's see what they do. This is definitely where some home court advantage comes into play.
Joe.
He's going to try to nuzzle up into that left side yellow.
Joe lets it go.
He didn't like it.
I don't think he put nearly enough pace on it.
I don't like it. He didn't like it.
Well,
but
they're going to take their 1 point and move on.
Keep control of the game.
So far, we've had 4 frames and 4 points scored. This one, we might be in it for the long haul here, folks.
I think we're going to see more of that moving forward.
Yeah.
1s and 2s. Probably not so many 3s and 4s like we did early on.
Yeah, certainly not a lot of the 11-0 skunks, the 11-1. We had an 11-1 game as well.
Oh, nice. At least 1 more point.
That's right. That's right.
All right. These guys definitely like the Polino deep.
That's right. Jim Salvani lining it up. Playing off the wall, looks like. Doesn't quite touch the wall. Curves back in a little bit. And he's got ball in the back. Dave giving a rangefinder to his teammate Sergio cross court. Sergio lines it up. You'll see a lot of them on Sticky Bandits like to release the ball very low, basically touching their shoelaces.
They must have taken Andy's ABCD fundamentals class. Looks like it's paying off.
Yeah, that ball will be in.
Will actually be myself, Alex, and Andy helping Andy teach that class in New York at the end of September.
Oh, fantastic. If people are interested.
Waterside Bocce Club.
Waterside Bocce Club, end of September.
End of September.
Anyone interested in showing up to get some bocce lessons?
Yeah, I think Andy Zimmerman's only got something like 7 or 8 national medals. No big deal.
Well, A&W looks like they took it a little long.
Well, still long.
Sticky Bandits is still in.
A little adjust here, but I think he's going to now be short. Just short. All right. A&W's only got 1 ball left here. They're going to have to play some good defense.
And if they don't,
game will be wide open for
a real big opportunity for Sticky Bandits.
So discussing it out here. I like it. This is a pretty important ball because there's still a lot of room to point in for Sticky Bandits.
Joe Buscemi lets it go.
Speed looks good. I think that's going to nuzzle in there.
Oh, yeah, that came off the wall beautifully. Knocks the Polino back. That is 3 points for A&W. And they've made things very tough for Sticky Bandits worldwide now.
Great point. Looks like they're going to take a crack at it. I don't mind it. Oh, no. Okay. We've been wrong every time so far.
You think Chris is pointing it? Ooh, he's coming off the wall.
I think he wants a hard sit, but that's too early.
Yeah, did himself no favors there. Probably helped out A&W more than he helped out his own team with that one.
I think they're still only holding 3.
Yeah.
Could be 4, though. Ala calling for a bank shot. Let's see, interesting position. I don't mind pointing right at that front red. If you bump it up, you're going to take some points away. If you just miss it, you're going to get the point.
Looks like he's going for the Polino, and I think he's going to stay left of it.
Yeah. So traditionally, if you have that 3-ball advantage, you want to shoot your first one, point your second one. They did that a little bit backwards, which puts them in a really tough position now on the pointer because they only got 1 ball left, and he's going to have to try to steal this and mitigate damage.
Yeah. He's talking it over with his teammates.
All right, and again, every time I sit in this booth, I get called for a game, but this will be my last round-robin game. And Dan, you're doing a great job. Keep it up.
Thanks, Milan. We appreciate your insight.
See if we can get someone in here for you. And until then, you're on your own, bud.
Absolutely. Thanks, Milan. Thanks for the help. Sergio lets that ball go off of the wall. Tried to bump forward, and I don't know if he got there, but he may have taken away that back green, yellow. And they're talking it over. They've scored one for sure. Looking for a tape measure to see if the second one is in. Looks like it is only one. So again, 5 frames, 5 points have been scored. A&W has won 4 of those frames, but as you can see, it's only a 3-point lead. Still early in this game. As we mentioned before, there is no timer on any of these games. So, a team has to get to 11. They cannot run out the clock. A&W playing a little deeper and very close to the wall on this frame. Let's see how close Pat can get to that Polino. I'm joined now in the booth by Andy Zimmerman. Thanks for stopping by, Andy. We were just talking you up a little bit earlier.
Oh, hey now.
Milan was mentioning that you guys are going to be playing teaching some lessons in New York in September.
Sir. Yes, the ABCD class.
And I believe he mentioned you've got about 7 or 8 national medals to your tally. So
I have 6.
6.
Thank you.
Okay, all
Thank
right. So Milan was adding a couple inches, so to speak.
I have medaled in my last 4 consecutive nationals.
Well, that's certainly something to be proud of.
It is, but the type of player I am, Dan, I always leave disappointed because I failed. If I win 1 medal, that means I failed 4 times.
At some point, I have hot sausage tea coming up here.
So back to the game. It looks like Dave is trying to beat a great first throw from A&W. Not quite going to get there. A&W really set up nicely. It's a tricky ball.
That is, and these walls are, the walls are some of the hardest things to adjust to in a new court because how they go into the wall, how they come off the wall, whether it picks up speed or slows down, it's all something you have to learn during a game. So that can cost you a lot of balls, and if you're playing against what I'm assuming is a house team here, A&W.
Yeah. We were interviewing Rick earlier here from the Roma Lodge. He mentioned A&W as being certainly one of the contenders for the crown today. So they've got a bit of a home court advantage. Ooh.
All right, and Olive doing a good shot just at that tempo from that line. It just didn't get to the wall. She was trying to go to the wall and do the right thing. It just didn't get there, and that's something you just got to learn on the court.
So Sticky down to their last ball. A&W still has 3 balls for this frame. Sticky really needs a great throw from Dave.
They just got to leave it. I think leaving one in front like this is a great idea, even though this is going to be short. This might be a good blocker.
Probably a good defensive maneuver. We'll see how A&W treats it. So far, they have not been shooting balls back, generally speaking. With 3, maybe they go a little more aggressive here.
Yeah, and I think with the pit and the nail here, which I'm sure you've talked about plenty.
We have.
Is, it does change aggressive behavior. It doesn't eliminate it, but it does limit it. Where, most courts where you have a back wall, you're going to be shooting something here to just give yourself more room. But here, it's it makes it tough for us players coming up from Chicago who are very used to aggressive play and shooting everything out. Changes our decision-making process.
So A&W played it a little bit safe there. They certainly made contact with one of the sticky balls, but not very hard contact.
And I think that made it a little worse for them because now they have an even tighter window to squeeze through.
Yeah, they have either a tighter window or maybe they're going to try to knock their own ball forward, but the combo shot is a lot harder, obviously.
It sure is. I always say it's hard enough to just score a point.
Oh, and this one is going to stay a little bit right. Is that going to help Sticky? Oh, no, it comes off the wall just enough. It's not going to score, but it certainly didn't make things any worse for A&W.
And that's why a front blocker, no matter how far in front, could be very valuable. It's way better than having one behind it.
So A&W down to the last ball here on this frame. Let's see whether or not they can score more than one. So far, every frame has been a single-point frame, and doesn't look like it's going to get there. I believe that is 1 point for A&W. So we've played 6 frames. A&W's taken 5 of them. Sticky Bandits taken 1 of them. Sticky looks like they're talking to each other. They're dapping each other up. They're trying to get back into the game, because I'm sure even though it's only a 4-point lead, it probably feels worse than that given they've lost 5 of the frames.
At 1 point a frame, when you're down 4, it feels like an entire game. And it feels like you're getting crushed. So hopefully in the middle they were saying exactly that, is that we're not out of this. There's no time on this.
It's 4 points. That's 1 frame.
We're only giving up 1 point a frame. If we give up 1 less, that is a 2-point swing for us, you know?
Exactly. So A&W, sort of middle Polino placement, close to the wall. Certainly scoreable here for Sergio and Sticky.
Yeah, and a lot of room. This looks like a very beatable ball, but again, new courts, you know, new situation, the pressure of a tournament, it all factors in. So hopefully Sergio can put one in here. That looks pretty good, if he can get around it.
It looks like he's just going to sneak by. He's going to stay close to the wall, and that's a beautiful first ball for Sticky. Getting the claps going from his teammates. They're feeling good about that one. So here we've got Joe Buscemi lining up for his first shot of the frame. And he's trying to sneak snuck just inside of Sticky's ball, but didn't make contact with the Polino, and therefore it was a little far. His partner, Jim, taking over. Let's see what his idea is. Looks like he's going to stay to the left. It's not what he wanted to do, certainly, with where the Polino was. So A&W down to their last ball. What are you thinking here with this board?
Well, again, they're very conservative players. They're going to try and lag one in. I bet they're trying to get it off the wall, maybe replace that red ball, just get it off enough, just give it a little bump. And that did not go on the wall, but that did exactly what I was thinking.
Exactly what you said, a little bump. Now, knowing Sticky, knowing they come from Chicago, knowing we have a little more aggressive style of play there in Chicago.
I really hope he's going to throw this hard.
You think so?
I mean, I would like that, you know. And
I don't think he went as hard as we were thinking he was going to go. Certainly he's going to try to bump. We're now joined in the booth by Dusty. Welcome, Dusty.
That's right. Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm excited to play our 3rd game.
Okay. How'd the first 2 go?
Split them 1-1.
1-1. Okay.
Yeah.
Still anybody's game. You got 2
That's
more
right.
to prove your worth. So Sticky talking it over. They have 2 balls. They're down by 4.
And back to that last ball, Dan. That's what I call a in-between shot. And that's my least favorite. Is he wasn't sure if he wanted to point. He wasn't sure if he wanted to shoot, so he kind of threw it right in between.
And it hit nothing.
And it went right in between everything, and it was too hard for a point. And there he just kind of reared back and hucked it in there, and I got a much better result. So, I mean, I would do that with the first ball.
Right.
You try and get lucky first, and then you finesse. But finessing up front usually ends up in a bigger, more drawn-out disaster.
Right. So now they're at the point here where, again, they're just trying to steal one. They're just trying to win a frame, just trying to close that gap.
Oh, and this ball's got a chance.
Sergio, nice, accurate shooter.
Oh, yeah.
Comes off the wall. Is he going to bump it? He is. What a beautiful ball.
That is going to be good for 2.
That's only good for 1. They're calling
sure
1.
About that? We sure
They're
about
calling
that? That
1.
looks like 2. Dave's holding up 2.
Dave's holding up 2. Looks like they might have to measure unless A&W agrees.
A&W agrees.
Hold on. I think. Oh, yeah. Okay. They've agreed. It is 2 points. And just like that, Sticky Bandits have cut the deficit in half. And we've had our first multi-point frame, ladies and gentlemen.
That's
really?
Exactly
That's the first one right there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We've played 7 frames, and there's only been 8 points scored.
Wow.
Yeah. How have the points been stacking up in your games, Dusty?
We've only had a few multi-points as well. I mean, our loss was 11-5, but they had a couple 2s and then a 1-3 that kind of buried us. But
They had 1-3 late.
yeah,
That got us. It was just a bad frame.
Got it. Have you guys been playing outside, inside? What's the difference been?
one on each.
One on
so
each,
we
okay.
had a good win inside and then loss was outside.
I see. And as we mentioned multiple times on the broadcast today, the unique feature of these courts here at the Roma Lodge is the fact that there's no back wall, that if you shoot your ball back, it goes off the board into the gutter. Has that factored in at all into either of the games you've played?
So our first game that was inside was a pretty quick one. I think it was only 4 frames. And I don't think we even threw a Rafa in that game, right, Andy?
I don't think we did.
So it hasn't factored in yet, for us at least.
Okay. So Sticky's in. Looks like A&W left that one a little bit short. So again, even though A&W has won most of the frames in this game, because they've all been